Chapter 2583. Perhaps, he found me pleasing to the eye. Chapter 2583. Perhaps, he found me pleasing to the eye. Dong. The previous second, Lu Zhanyuan had a threatening manner. The next second, he fell out of the sky and convulsed non-stop. Spasmed again. Everyone did not even find out when he was poisoned. When Lu Zhanyuan flew off the handle, everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But in a blink, he was spasming. But in the next second, something even more surprising happened. Yi Yuan brandished his long sword and stabbed toward Lu Zhanyuan like lightning. He was going to kill. Protector Mo and Han Qinyun's faces changed greatly and they exclaimed in unison, "You dare!" These two people did not hesitate at all, displaying their movement techniques and turning into two sharp arrows plusing over. Two mighty limitless sublime heavenly stratums, their speed could be imagined. But sadly they were fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than them. Yi Yuan unleashed his spatial rule, his movement technique being swift to the extreme. Although it could not compare to the two great protectors, he had an edge in that he was closer to Lu Zhanyuan. Puchi. This sword of Yi Yuan's directly attacked a vital. Lu Zhanyuan died. The whole place was deathly silent. On the day of the entrance assessment, a guy who had not entered the sect yet, he actually killed the inner sect's number 3. This was too arrogant, too domineering, too seeking death. They said that it was a life and death battle, but everyone did not take it seriously at all. Originally, it was a one-sided killing. How could an ant be the opponent of a giant dragon that pranced in the sky? Yet, this ant trampled the giant dragon to death. Everyone was caught off guard. Two great limitless sublime heavenly stratum protectors were too late to save two. Spatial rule. Protector Mo said in surprise. Originally, he thought that with his speed, even if he was slightly far away from Lu Zhanyuan, he could save him too. But who knew that Yi Yuan's speed was unbelievably fast? No one could have thought that apart from his sword Dao being unparalleled, Yi Yuan's spatial rule was also so formidable. In the battle with Lu Zhanyuan, Yi Yuan only used sword Dao rule from start to end. It could be seen how powerful his sword Dao was presently. And spatial rule had an unexpected effect at the last moment. Han Qinyun's gaze was dark as he said in sullen anger, "You, very good. You haven't entered the sect yet and already dared to kill the heavenly sect's inner sect disciple. What audacity!" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "There are thousands of people bearing witness here that Li Zhanyuan set a life and death battle with me. What's wrong with me killing him?" Han Qinyun said with a cold smile, "Insolence. What status did junior apprentice brother Lu have? Who the hell do you think you are? A lower inferior app. 1. Tood ant also dares to compare to junior apprentice brother Lu in the same breath." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm an ant. But he died at this ant's hands." Han Qinyun said in a great rage, "Rubbish. Plus that's you being treacherous and cunning, using poison to paralyze junior apprentice brother Lu." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Either way, you just refuse to see reason. Everyone saw that it was him who broke the rules first. I think that if it was me who was killed right now, you guys would probably say, 'Serve him right,' very calmly, right?" Han Qinyun smiled coldly and said, "That's how it is. Today, even the Jade Emperor can't save you too." Done talking, the limitless sublime heavenly stratum aura on his body suddenly released. Everyone's faces changed. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and looked at Protector Mo and said, "I won. So can I enter the sect now?" Protector Mo frowned and said, "Are you a fool? Killing junior apprentice brother Lu, you actually still want to enter martial secure heavenly sect? You probably don't know that he's Elder plus Feiyu's personal disciple. And Elder plus Feiyu is a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. What junior apprentice brother Han said is right. Even if the Jade Emperor comes today, he can't save you too. The Ascenders all shook their heads and sighed, thinking to themselves that Yi Yuan was too impulsive. Take a step back, and it would be endless blue skies, enduring for a short while, and it would be smooth waters. The difference in their status from inner disparity was too great. Even if Yi Yuan killed Lu Zhanyuan, there was only a road that led to death too. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan was in the right. But who would talk reason with him? Is that so? Then I wonder if this thing can save my life? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and took out a token. It was precisely the Green Wing Protector token. Green Wing token? You? How can you have a Green Wing token? Protector Mo exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yuan said coolly, "This token was naturally given by Senior Luo." After finished speaking, Yi Yuan raised his hand slightly and threw the token to Protector Mo. Protector Mo inspected the token and discovered that there was indeed Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tie information on it. There was also Luo Yunqing's divine sense branding inside. It was absolutely true. This is impossible. How can Senior Apprentice Brother Luo possibly hand the Green Wing Protector token to a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? What capability do you have? Protector Mo could not believe it. Han Qianyun's gaze turned sharp too. This reversal scene caught him by surprise. A lower inferior apartment I-2 trash became the Sect's Green Wing Protector with a sway of his body. His status was even a level higher than his? What? Green Wing Protector? Lesser sublime heavenly stratum, Luo Yunqing gave the Green Wing token to him? This guy wouldn't have picked it up, right? This sort of thing is too fantastical. Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's protectors and disciples were all shocked until they could not be more shocked. Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's Purple Wing protectors that were responsible for guiding new Ascenders had the right to directly bestow the authority of a Green Wing protector. This kind of situation had occurred before in the past. It was not uncommon. Some Ascenders were very tenacious and were able to survive in the 4 great heavenly regions and even reach limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Only for such a person would a Purple Wing Protector grant the Green Wing token, letting them directly become Green Wing Protectors. But Yi Yuan was just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. This sort of thing had never happened before in the entire Sect's history. Yi Yuan was merely a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Furthermore, he was even a lower inferior apartment I-2 lesser sublime heavenly stratum. What right did he have? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "How do I know? Perhaps Senior Luo found me pleasing to the eye. Believe my ASS. Found you pleasing to the eye and gave the Green Wing token to you? One had to know. Only by reaching limitless sublime heavenly stratum did one have the qualifications to become a protector. As for a Green Wing Protector, not only did one's strength have to reach upper limitless sublime heaven, they even had to have made great contributions to the sect. This fellow who had just ascended had yet to make the smallest contribution. His cultivation realm was even just lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Luo Yunqing actually gave such an important token to him. Puzzled, shocked, depressed. In Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, one needed to endure at least several thousand years to get a Green Wing token. But Yi Yuan actually got it before even entering the sect. Protector Mo looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Why didn't you take it out earlier if you have the Green Wing token? Is it very interesting to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger like this?" He wished to kick a foot onto Yi Yuan's face right now. Clearly Yi Yuan had the Green Wing token, but he wanted to turn the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect upside down before taking it out. This fellow did it on purpose, right? Right now, how should he clean up this mess? Protector Mo could not help feeling his head hurt. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You look at their reaction." Protector Mo was taken aback, and could not help turning his head to look at the rest. Sure enough, the expression on each person's face was fascinating to the extreme. I originally planned on entering the sect first. I'll wait for Senior Luo to come back before talking. But this Lu Zhanyuan provoked me time and again. Just now, he even wanted to kill me in a flagrant manner. Could it be that he shouldn't be killed? Yi Yuan said indifferently. Chapter 2584. Well killed. Chapter 2584. Well killed. This matter is huge. It's already not what I can handle. I'll report it to the sect master to handle this matter personally. Protector Mo said in a solemn voice. No matter what, Yi Yuan, this green-wing protector was real. The rank was even above his. Yi Yuan said indifferently, anything then. Protector Mo said in a loud voice, the entrance assessment is suspended. After I report this matter to Martial Uncle Sect Master, I'll make a decision again. His voice had yet to fade when a terrifying aura suddenly descended. An old man dressed in black clothes arrived from the horizon with a howl, his arrogance billowing to the sky. Who killed this old man's disciple? The thunderous voice shook until everyone almost could not stand firm. Elder S.H.I. Master. Protector Mo and Han Qinyu exclaimed at the same time. This person was precisely Lu Zhanyuan and Han Qinyun's master, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's Jade Sovereign Heaven Elder, S.H.I. Fiyu. The moment a Jade Sovereign Heaven appeared, everyone was suppressed until they found it hard to breathe. Too strong. The black-clothed old man landed on the ground. Looking at Lu Zhanyuan's dead body, he was beyond furious. Qianyun, who killed Zhanyuan? S.H.I. Feiyu said angrily. Han Qianyun pointed at Yi Yuan and said, It's him. S.H.I. Feiyu could not help being taken aback and said, Lesser Sublime Heavenly Stratum? Just the likes of him can kill Zhanyuan? Could it be that he's a peerless genius that's hard to come across in a million years? Han Qianyun's expression was ugly as he said awkwardly, No, he has a lower inferior apartment etude. Furthermore, his affinity is only 4 points. However, his means of using poison has reached the acme of perfection. Junior apprentice brother was suddenly caught off guard and was paralyzed by him using windward topple. S.H.I. Feiyu's gaze turned grim and he said in a cold voice, Then what are you doing? Why haven't you avenged your junior apprentice brother? Han Qianyun said with a bitter smile. Senior apprentice brother Luo gave him the green-wing token. His brat is now a green-wing protector. What? Nonsense. Luo Yunqing, this punk is becoming wilder and wilder these few years. Giving the green-wing token to Luo Yunqing Heavenly Stratum, and he's even lower inferior apartment etude, what is he trying to do? S.H.I. Feiyu was extremely enraged. The others were all silent like cicadas in winter. The deterrence of a Jade Sovereign Heaven was seriously too strong. No need to care about him. Lesser Sublime Heavenly Stratum, lower inferior apartment etude. He isn't worthy to possess the green-wing token at all. Qianyun, do it. S.H.I. Feiyu was unparalleled and domineering. He could not be bothered to say anything at all, directly sentencing Yi Yuan to death. Even if it was the green-wing token, he did not think anything of it either. Yi Yuan's gaze turned chilly, and he said with a sneer, Your esteemed self is so awe-inspiring. S.H.I. Feiyu's brows furrowed slightly and he said, Boy, you dare to talk to this old man like this? Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, Why? You already want to kill me. Could it be that you still want this Yi to be overflowing with gratitude towards you? Did your head spoil from your advanced age too? Hiss, the sound of a series of cold air being drawn came from all around. This guy was really crazy. That was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Hoo-hoo, a newborn calf really doesn't fear the tiger. Do you think that with Luo Yunqing backing you up, you can act recklessly without caring for body? Let me tell you. He's nothing in front of this old man. You played tricks and killed Zhanyuan. So you'll have to pay for it with your life. Hi plus Feiyu said with a cold smile. As a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, every action and movement of Hi plus Feiyu's brought tremendous pressure on these lesser sublime heavens. When he talked about killing people, everyone was practically about to faint. Oh, is that so? Martial Uncle S. Hi plus is really getting more and more overbearing. You can even kill green wing protectors without authorization now? Right at this time, a leisurely voice sounded out. Han Qianyun and Protector Mo's expressions changed and they cried out in surprise. Luo Yunqing. It was only to see a person walk out with a sword behind his back. Who could it be if not the jade-faced swordsman, Luo Yunqing? Seeing Luo Yunqing return, Yi Yuan also let out a long sigh in relief. The pressure that a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse brought to him was seriously too great. Hi plus Feiyu's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, Humph. As an elder, could it be that this old man can't even sentence a amen? You broke through? Hi plus Feiyu spoke halfway when he suddenly discovered that Luo Yunqing's aura was not quite right. It had clearly already said limitless sublime heavenly stratum and reached Jade Sovereign Heavenly stratum. This shock was by no means insignificant. Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, In this 1 year, I challenged 12 branches of the Jade True Heavenly Sect in a row and fought with 28 limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses one after another, narrowly escaping with my life many times, killing 6 Jade True Heavenly Sect protectors. I finally pierced through this layer of windowpane paper. Limitless sublime heaven to Jade Sovereign Heaven was a Ma's sivrage. Even if Luo Yunqing was peerlessly talented, he was stuck for many years too. The matter of sneak attacking Green Bull Town this time completely enraged Luo Yunqing. He killed Jade True Sex people until they were utterly routed with his power alone. But he did not expect that under the fierce fighting, he actually broke the shackles and broke through this huge threshold. Hi plus Feiyu's expression was ugly to the extreme. He did not like Luo Yunqing's arrogance and stubbornness to begin with and suppressed him a lot. But he did not expect that this punk actually broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven now and is on an equal footing with him now. Congratulations, Senior Luo, Yi Yuan said sincerely. Actually, if not because of Luo Yunqing, Yi Yuan might have gone straight down the mountain previously. Whatever Green Wing Protector, Yi Yuan did not care at all. He had his own pride. It was just that Luo Yunqing laid low in eastward country for 10 years in order to solicit him. If he left here and now, it was letting down Luo Yunqing's high regard too much. Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, Speaking of which, I still have to thank you, Brother Yi. If not for you giving me those few things, I might really have not been able to come back this time. Let alone talk about breaking through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly stratum. Luo Yunqing went too overboard this time, virtually inciting the entire Jade True Heavenly Sect's strength. The Jade True Heavenly Sect even mobilized Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, wanting to cut him down. It was just a shame that Luo Yunqing's movements and traces were elusive and secretive, one person fighting as a guerrilla, leaving them nowhere to start. But even so, facing so many same-rank powerhouses, Luo Yunqing also narrowly escaped death many times. Although those few toys that Yi Yuan threw to him did not have much effect on limitless sublime heavenly stratums, they indeed had unexpected effects. Just like Windward Topple, it only needed to paralyze that tiny bit at the crucial moment. Facing an expert like Luo Yunqing, it was absolutely fatal. The two people's conversation was akin to a clap of thunder to the ears of the bystanders. Luo Yunqing, who already broke through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly stratum, actually addressed Yi Yuan as his brother. It seemed like this green wing token was really not anyhow given. It was just that what right did a lower inferior apartment attitude fellow have to make him being regarded so highly? Just based on him being able to defeat Lu Zhanyuan at the same rank? Not enough, right? Brother Yi, Don't call me Senior Luo in the future as well. If you don't mind, call me Big Brother Luo. Luo Yunqing said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not pretentious either, clasping his hands and saying with a smile, Big Brother Luo. Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, Good brother! Leave your matter to your big brother. This Lu Zhanyuan, I've already found him displeasing to the eye for a very long time already. Well killed. I indeed didn't misjudge things. Brother Ye's temperament really suits my, Luo Yunqing's tastes. Ha ha. Martial Uncle S. H.I. plus, oh wait, Senior Apprentice Brother S. H.I. plus, I'm S. H.I. plus Elding Yi Yuan. If you don't feel happy about it, let's have a fight now, how about it? Chapter 2585. If it can soothe Yi Yuan's heart, it's worth it. Chapter 2585. If it can soothe Yi Yuan's heart, it's worth it. As a swordsman, they were arrogant and unyielding, their will billowing to the sky. They could not bear the sight of injustice in this world most of all. Lu Zhanyuan was very arrogant and domineering in the sect by relying on the fact that there was S.H.I. plus Feiyu backing him. Luo Yunqing could not bear the sight of it and made a move to teach him a lesson a few times. It was also precisely because of this that S.H.I. plus Feiyu was very displeased with him. Hitting his disciple, that was slapping his face. Speaking of which, S.H.I. plus Feiyu, this lineage really descended from the same lineage. From S.H.I. plus Feiyu to Lu Zhanyuan, then to Lu Zhua, they were all of the same virtue. Overbearing, rude and unreasonable. It was just that in the past, Luo Yunqing was wary of S.H.I. plus Feiyu's strength and could not go too overboard. However, Luo Yunqing did not expect that Yi Yuan was even more impressive than him. He actually killed Lu Zhanyuan just like that. This kind of temperament that had no scruples and did not fear power, suited his tastes a lot. It was just that on that side S.H.I. plus Feiyu having his face slapped repeatedly, he was long already beside himself with rage. His disciple was killed. Now, he even said well killed. Did he really take him, this elder, to be trifled with? Good, good, good. This old man wants to see how the young are to be feared. S.H.I. plus Feiyu said 3 goods in a row. His rage currently could be seen. The moment the imposing aura of a jade sovereign heaven released, the terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Luo Yunqing. Middle jade sovereign heaven. Luo Yunqing's countenance did not change, the sword intent on his body surging to the sky. Although he was a minor realm lower than S.H.I. plus Feiyu, Luo Yunqing's fighting intent tore through the firmament. 2 great jade sovereign heaven experts confronted each other. Everyone's faces changed one after another. 5 great heavenly regions, those able to reach Jade Sovereign Heaven, were feudal kings of a region. Regardless of being in which sect, their statuses were extremely high. This level of powerhouse would not take action easily. But, once they made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Without waiting for anyone to instruct, everyone retreated far away one after another, fearful of being involved. Swaz. H. Plus Luo Yunqing's figure suddenly disappeared. He was actually the first to make a move. Rumble. The 2 exchanged blows, instantly fighting until sand and rocks flew everywhere, the earth quaking and mountains swaying. On Tianhui Peak there was a stretch of wasteland. It was just that although Luo Yunqing was a minor realm lower than S.H.I. plus Feiyu, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Protector Mo stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape and said in shock, Senior Apprentice Brother Luo's sword intent billows to the sky. The moment he entered Jade Sovereign, he's fighting with Elder S.H.I. plus until they are evenly matched in strength. He is already someone of a completely different world from us. While Han Qianyun's gaze flickered, clearly feeling awful, when someone around them suddenly leaped over the dragon gate, becoming someone who stood above the Ma. SSES. Only they themselves knew the grief. The two people were in the midst of fierce fighting when suddenly, a ray of sword light flew over from beyond the horizon. Boom! A loud bang came over, directly sending the two people flying. Following that, a sagely-looking middle-aged man came over from the sky. Seeing this person, everyone's faces suddenly changed, directly bowing down. Even someone as proud as Luo Yunqing also bowed in salute, paying respects to sect master. Yi Yuan was extremely surprised. He did not expect that it actually alarmed the sect master. At this time, his handsome face was like carved jade, his expression restrained. One look and it was clear that he was an extremely strong person. The middle-aged man said in a solemn voice, "Humph! Two great jade sovereign heavens actually came to blows in front of their own mountain pass gates. Where's the sense of propriety? Do you guys still have me, this sect master, in your eyes?" Clearly, he was rather upset about his own people's internal strife. I plus Feiyu acted like the villain who sued the victim first before he got prosecuted, hurriedly saying, "Sect master, please investigate. Luo Yunqing, this punk fetched a scoundrel from God knows where. He killed this old man's beloved disciple before even entering the sect. This guy actually still said that it was well killed. This old man was indignant, that's why I fought with him." Suppressing the two mighty experts, the sect master was not as angry as before anymore. He gave Luo Yunqing a glance, a hint of approval showing in his gaze as he said, "Not bad, Yunqing." Luo Yunqing said, "Thank you, sect master, for your praise." The sect master said coolly, "Since you've already entered Jade Sovereign, you're the heavenly sect's elder. I'll hold a conferment ceremony for you another day. It's just that, shouldn't there be an explanation for today's matter?" Luo Yunqing said coolly, "Lu Zhanyuan sought death, there's no need to explain anything. Moreover, in Yunqing's view, if Lu Zhanyuan dying can soothe Yi Yuan's heart, it's worth it." Luo Yunqing. By the side, I plus Feiyu was about to explode from anger. This was saying that his disciple died in vain just like that? His face was slapped in vain just like that? Moreover, it was even slapped by a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Where would he, this Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, put his face? When the others heard this, they were dumbstruck with amazement too. They all knew Yi Yuan's apartment attitude, although the combat strength that Yi Yuan exhibited was surprising. His talent was placed there was limited room for improvement. But Luo Yunqing said that as long as it soothed Yi Yuan's heart, one Lu Zhanyuan dying did not matter at all. The meaning of the words was saying that, if he died in vain. Sect master, you listen. What does he mean by that? Zhanyuan is of the prenatal grade 5 sun physique. He has extremely high hopes of stepping into Jade's sovereign heaven in the future. His death is actually just for the sake of currying favor with a lower inferior apartment attitude trash? I plus Feiyu berated sharply. Sect master also frowned slightly and looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Lower inferior apartment attitude? I plus Feiyu gave a wink. Han Qinyu got the meaning and hurriedly said, reporting to sect master, "Yi Yuan already said through the array formation just now and doesn't have any Dao physique. His apartment attitude is lower inferior, and his affinity is only 4. Sect master's brows knitted together. Right now, he somewhat felt that Luo Yunqing vented his pent-up feelings on some pretext. "Yunqing, this matter isn't a trivial matter. It concerns the feelings of the sect's people. If you're unable to give an explanation, this sect master will definitely punish you severely." Sect master's tone also became serious. The moment I plus Feiyu heard, he was ecstatic in his heart. These two fellows were so arrogant, see how you guys could still be arrogant. Luo Yunqing was indifferent and said coolly, "So what if prenatal grade 5 sun physique? I, Luo Yunqing, am merely a grade 3 Dao physique. Didn't I also step into Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum now? On the contrary, the sect recruited quite a number of grade 5 Tao Physique disciples, but how many can step into Jade Sovereign Heaven? Therefore, apartment I. 2 doesn't mean everything. S.H.I. plus Feiyu sneered and said, "You're twisting logic to win the argument." Luo Yunqing completely ignored him and said coolly, "When I was in True Yang Heavenly Domain, I heard by chance that the little country of Eastward had an ascender who actually refined a heavenly pill with 1-point affinity. So I went to inquire about it. Later, I laid low in Eastward for 10 years, observing Yi Yuan, and saw his growth and rise with my own eyes, cultivating grade 1 heavenly pills to the extreme. Such a genius has much more potential than that Lu Zhanyuan. Hang on, you're saying that the reason you gave the Greenwing token to him is that he knows how to refine pills? S.H.I. plus Feiyu suddenly said. Luo Yunqing said coolly, "Exactly." Ha ha ha. S.H.I. plus Feiyu laughed loudly and said, "It's really making people die of laughter. A guy whose affinity is only 4 points cultivated grade 1 heavenly pills to the extreme. This extreme is also too worthless, right?" Hang on. Sect Master suddenly spoke up. "Just now, you said that he only has 1-point affinity. What kind of character was Sect Master?" The crucial information in these two people's words was captured by him very quickly. Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, "That's right. When Yi Yuan just ascended, he only had 1-point affinity. But he has 4 points now. Sect Master, the significance of this doesn't need me to say any more, right?" Chapter 2586. You are not qualified to be on equal footing with me. Chapter 2586. You are not qualified to be on equal footing with me. His affinity actually increased? Affinity is innate. How can it possibly increase? This Luo Yunqing started talking nonsense in order to save his life. The moment these words came out, it naturally caused a shock. Sect Master's eyes also narrowed slightly, revealing surprise. At this time, Qin Shun suddenly said, "Luo Yunqing, your words are insulting us heavenly alchemists. If even a 1-point affinity can refine heavenly pills, then wouldn't we, these people, become jokes?" Affinity was the biggest threshold for heavenly alchemists. Many ascenders were alchemists in the lower realms before but had no choice but to give up after ascending. Luo Yunqing smiled and said, "Actions speak louder than words. It's time to see what someone is worth. If Master Qin feels that Yunqing is joking, why don't you guys compete in a match?" When Qin Shun heard that, he said in a great rage, "Luo Yunqing, you're becoming more and more condescending. This old man is a dignified grade 3 heavenly alchemist. How blee is my status? You're asking me to compete in alchemy with a 4-point affinity trash?" Although Luo Yunqing was already a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, Qin Shun did not feel inferior in front of him. The status of a grade 3 heavenly alchemist in the sect was too high. He could sit on equal footing with the elders. Luo Yunqing laughed in spite of himself and said, "Since Master Qin refuses to compete, what are you going to do about it?" Qin Shun thought about it and said, "Jingxian, you come." Behind Qin Shun, a girl in a yellow S.H.I. plus RT walked out. This girl had Danfeng eyes, her lips like cherries, giving people a feeling of otherworldliness, truly as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Many ascenders stared until they could not pull their eyes away. Qin Shun looked at Yi Yuan and said smugly, "My disciple Jingxian has learned alchemy from me for 10 years. If you can win against her, I'll consider it that you pass this hurdle. How about it?" When Jingxian frowned and said, "Master, how can him having 4-point affinity be able to refine pills? Even if I win, it's also winning unscrupulously. In these 10 years, you've followed me to learn alchemy and rarely showed your face in the sect. Today, just nice to borrow this opportunity and let them take a look at your achievements of 10 years in front of sect master. Qin Shun did not hide his selfish motives at all, directly saying it straightforwardly. Heavenly alchemists wanted face the most. Not only did they have to be impressive, but they also had to make their own disciples seem impressive. He made Wen Jingxian come out to prove that he taught better than Wu Chengqiao. This. Alright. Wen Jingxian hesitated for a bit but still agreed. Wu Chengqiao's expression was very ugly by the side. When S.H.I. plus Feiyu saw the situation, he immediately said, Sect Master, if he loses to Jingyuan that this old man will definitely seek justice for Zhen Yuan's death. Luo Yunqing knew Yi Yuan's strength, so he was not worried at all. Instead, he smiled and said, then if Yi Yuan wins, what about it? S.H.I. plus Feiyu sneered and said, if he wins, this matter will be dropped at this. Luo Yunqing laughed and said, okay, it's a deal. Sect Master also nodded and said, in that case, wait a minute. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said, S.H.I. plus Feiyu smiled coldly and said, why? Know how to be scared now? It's too late. Yi Yuan gave him a glance like looking at a fool, turned to Qin Shun and said, you're a protector, I'm a protector too. You sent a disciple out to compete with me, isn't this insulting me? Qin Shun laughed loudly when he heard that and said, you, a mere lesser sublime heavenly stratum, also wants to be on equal footing with me? What qualifications do you have? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't want to be on equal footing with you. You are not qualified to be on equal footing with me. Just as everyone thought that Yi Yuan was terrified, he changed his tone and shocked people when his words came out. This guy is really impressive. I just want to know why a lesser sublime heavenly stratum can be impressive until like this. The ignorant is fearless. A series of cold air being sucked in came from all over the entire Tianhui Peak. Yi Yuan's words were too domineering. Luo Yunqing was taken aback when he heard that and immediately laughed and said, ha ha ha, Brother Yi, I'm really feeling more and more optimistic about you. Qin Shun's smile suddenly froze, and he shouted, what did you say? Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, Lin Lan. Lin Lan stepped forward when he heard and said respectfully, disciple is here. Yi Yuan said, this disciple of mine has followed me to learn alchemy for more than 3 years. If you can beat him, come and challenge me again. As for that Wen Jingxian who was as beautiful as a celestial fairy, she was directly hung out to dry at one side. Yi Yuan was talking about Qin Shun. Face slapping. Blatant face slapping. You used a disciple to challenge me, I'll use a disciple to challenge you. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan's posturing points simply rose up vertically. That was a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. A guy whose affinity was only 4 points actually talked wildly. Ho-hoo, good. Very good. Sect Master, this boy is insulting me, what should be done about it? Qin Shun's expression was grim until it was about to drip water. By the side, when Wu Chengqiao saw Qin Chao getting deflated, he secretly rejoiced. Before waiting for Sect Master to speak, he said, Sect Master, I feel that Yi Yuan's words are reasonable. No matter what his cultivation realm is, since Luo Yunqing gave him the Greenwing token, he's our sect's Greenwing protector, his status similar to ours. This is our martial secure heavenly sect's rule, it can't be broken. It isn't appropriate for Qin Shun to challenge Protector Yi with a disciple. Wu Chengqiao you. Qin Chao was angered until his beard billowed and he glared. When Jingshuan's brows also furrowed slightly, and she looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, you're using a made-up directive to order people around. A mere 4-point affinity, what are you pretending here for? If you have the capabilities, fight with me. Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, you're not qualified enough. Sect Master also felt a headache. he discovered that this Yi Yuan was really too capable of causing trouble. A tiny little sect A.S. Sesment had a hole poked through the sky by him. Sect Master said in a solemn voice, "Protector Yi, whether or not you're qualified to take on the position of protector is still to be discussed. If you insist on doing so, then this sect master can only strip you of your position of protector." Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "All right, then I'll give sect master face. You compete in alchemy with Linlon. If you win, you'll have the qualifications to challenge me. If you lose, let that old fellow come. I'll compete with him. Sect master, this is my bottom line. If you don't agree, you can do as you please. A scholar prefers death to humiliation." These words were said to Wen Jingxian. Sect master thought about it and said with a nod, "Okay, do as you say." Since Luo Yunqing gave the token, Yi Yuan was a protector in reality. The rules could not be broken. He had to give this face. Not giving to Yi Yuan, it was giving it to Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing entered Jade's sovereign heaven at a young age. He was the best successor candidate for the next sect master. If Yi Yuan really had this ability, then his face had to be given. He understood Luo Yunqing. There were not many people that could make Luo Yunqing hold in esteem. Wen Jingxian had an indifferent personality in the first place, but at this time she was triggered badly by Yi Yuan too. She came before Yi Yuan and said in a chilly voice, "Protector Yi, I'll definitely make you reveal your fox's tail." Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "I already said you're not qualified. Not just you, but that master of yours isn't qualified either." Chapter 2587, Poaching. Chapter 2587, Poaching. One was good-natured and lovely, full of youthful spirit. The other was old and decrepit, lifeless and apathetic. When Wen Jingxian stood with Linlon, there was a clear distinction between purity and impurity. "Young lady, this old man is a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. I can't bully you. You choose the heavenly pill. Choose the one that you're best at," Linlon said coolly. Wen Jingxian sneered and said, "A mere grade 2 heavenly alchemist, pretending in front of this young lady for what? This young lady's grade 1 heavenly pills are much stronger than ordinary grade 2 heavenly alchemists. In a while you'll taste defeat." Linlon just remained silent and declined to comment. Wen Jingxian gave a cold snort and said, "Okay, since you let me choose, then I'll pick the most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill." Linlon was taken aback, and could not help laughing as he said, "Young lady, I advise that you'd better choose others. Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, you have no chance of winning." These few years, what he cultivated the most was Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. His current foundation was already very solid. Although far worse than Yi Yuan, it was G.O. D knows how many times stronger compared to ordinary heavenly alchemists. However, the more he was like this, the more Wen Jingxian felt that he was afraid of being found out. "Hoo, you think that a grade 2 heavenly alchemist will definitely be stronger than a grade 1 heavenly alchemist? Master didn't teach me advanced heavenly pills in these 10 years. He only told me to lay down a solid foundation. And Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill is precisely what I'm most proficient in. Competing high-level heavenly pills, I'm not as good as you. But, competing in the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, you're far behind," Wen Jingxian said with a cold smile. The words shocked Linlon until he stared dumbfoundedly. When Wen Jingxian saw the situation, she even thought that she had intimidated Linlon and said smugly, "Why? Scared?" Linlon shook his head and said, "What a coincidence, my master taught me the same way too. Amen, looks like that old man still has some knowledge." When Wen Jingxian heard that, she said in a great rage, "You're an old man yourself, you actually dare say that my master is an old man." Linlon said, "Your master is an old man compared to my master, you." Wen Jingxian was choked badly. On the grandstand, Yi Yuan could not help but smile, thinking to himself that Lin Lan was really much cuter now. While Qin Shun's face became black as the bottom of a pot. Just you wait. You'll be crying in a while. Finished speaking when Jingxian calmed her spirit and focused her mind, and started extracting the heavenly medicines. The moment she made a move, Lin Lan could not help being surprised. This young lady's strength really could not be underestimated. If not for him having followed Yi Yuan, he would really not be this little girl's match. When Jingshuan's refinement was like floating clouds and flowing water, natural and smooth, looking incomparably skillful. Clearly, she had real skills. She was not blowing her own trumpet. Even Wu Chengqiao also had a look of surprise as he said, "Really didn't expect that this little girl only used 10 years' time and laid her foundation down so solidly. Given time, she'll be another grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Maybe she can break through to grade 4. Qin Shun said smugly, "Jingxian girl's foundation is much more solid than ordinary grade 2 heavenly alchemists. What's laughable is that this punk thought that by sending a grade 2 heavenly alchemist out, he'll be able to smoke his way through. Brat, you think that by having a protector token, you can treat it as a death exemption gold token?" Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Wen Jingxian but did not pay the slightest attention to Qin Shun. Qin Shun thought that Yi Yuan would answer back sarcastically and prepared a whole bunch of words. But now it was so awkward. With regards to Wen Jingxian, Yi Yuan still quite approved of her. This girl's basic skill was indeed quite solid. Furthermore, her refinement gladdened the heart and was very pleasing to the eye, without that sense of stagnation. Clearly, this girl's understanding of alchemy was very accurate. Her talent was not bad. Most of the 33 heavens considered alchemy talent to be affinity. But Yi Yuan never thought so. Affinity was indeed very important, but just relying on affinity, it was just too biased. Yi Yuan rarely had the thought of taking in disciples. But this time, he was indeed somewhat moved. If Qin Shun knew that Yi Yuan was actually planning on poaching, who knew how he would feel? A lesser sublime heavenly stratum was actually S.N. A.T.C. Hing disciples with him, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Very soon, when Jingshuan's foundation establishment heavenly pill was completed, through the Cloud Mount Mother Stones testing, it was actually as high as upper 7th grade. When the result came out, it immediately caused a burst of exclamation. That's amazing! Upper 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, the vast majority of grade 2 heavenly alchemists can't reach it, right? Foundation establishment heavenly pill reaching 5th grade is easy. But if you want to reach upper 7th grade, most likely even many grade 3 heavenly alchemists can't do it. No need to compete anymore, that old man will lose for sure. When Jingxian had a look of pleasant surprise on her face. In her rage, she performed exceptionally today and actually reached upper 7th grade. Normally, she only reached middle 7th grade at the highest. Furthermore, it was even very unstable. She looked at Lin Lan with a proud look and said with a cold smile, "Old man, how is it? Do you yield?" Lin Lan nodded and said, "To have such skill at a young age, this old man is impressed." When Jingxian said with great joy, "That means that you admit defeat?" But Lin Lan shook his head and said, "Before following Master, I wasn't your match. But now you're not my match. Your talent is pretty good. But it's too much of a shame to follow that old man. Do you want to follow my master?" When Jingxian was taken aback, this old man actually wanted to poach her? Yi Yuan was stunned too and immediately laughed in spite of himself. He did not expect that Lin Lan actually verbalize his own thought. This old man was a little interesting. Hoo-hoo, just you brag. If you have the ability, refine an 8th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill for me to see. When Jingxian said in a great rage, Lin Lan nodded slightly and did not say anything further either, and he started refining. The moment he made his move, everyone's faces changed. Lin Lan's refinement technique was dreamlike and mystical, it was a little more brilliant compared to Wen Jingxian. The entire refinement was completed in one go. With regards to the cultivation of the foundation establishment heavenly pill, Lin Lan was long already thoroughly familiar with it. There was no difficulty at all. Furthermore, he was not as erratic as Wen Jingxian. The foundation establishment heavenly pill that he refined, more than 90% of them were 8th grade. When Lin Lan's foundation establishment heavenly pill landed on the Cloud Mount Motherstone, everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Shun even stood up abruptly and cried out in surprise. "You upper 8th grade? How is this possible?" What did upper 8th grade mean? It meant that Lin Lan's attainments in the foundation establishment heavenly pill were even stronger than him. This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. A hint of surprise also flashed across in the sect master's eyes. It was also his first time seeing an upper 8th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. When Jingxian looked like she was battered out of her senses, not quite daring to believe everything before her eyes. She actually lost to an old geezer. It was clear that this old man was an average slag with one glance. He should be a rookie among grade 2 heavenly alchemists. But she lost. Furthermore, she sensed that Lin Lan's affinity was significantly worse than hers. But the quality of the foundation establishment heavenly pill was greatly better than hers. Upper 7th grade and upper 8th grade seemed to only have the difference of 1 grade. But there was a distance of 108,000 miles in the middle. One had to know, even Qin Shun, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist, could not refine an upper 8th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill too. Lin Lan looked at Wen Jingxian and said coolly, "Lass, your talent is really very good, but following that old man has stifled you. Why not follow my master in the future? Your talent will be brought to play to the greatest extent." Chapter 2588. Humiliate Me. Chapter 2588. Humiliate Me. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly got up and said, "Old man, it's time for us to go down and compete." Everyone roused themselves. This arrogant and flaunting guy was finally going to make a move. Was this trash-like apartment I-2'd really impressive, or did he hold a position without qualifications? It was going to be revealed to the world. The arrogance from before already whetted everyone's appetite. But in everyone's view, the likelihood that Yi Yuan was posturing was higher. Really arriving at this time, he should be nervous. But now, Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to provoke. It seriously exceeded everyone's expectations. Qin Shun's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, you wouldn't be thinking that you can beat me because that fellow Wen Jingxian, right? Hoo, this old man also wants to see how high the quality, the heavenly pill refined by a 4-point affinity can be." Yi Yuan gave him a deep look and suddenly turned to Sect Master and said, "Sect Master, this girl's talent is very good. It's too wasteful to be put in this old man's hands. Why not let her come to me, how about it?" Sect Master was stunned. Qin Shun was taken aback too. They did not expect that he had not even competed in alchemy yet, and Yi Yuan actually started to publicly poach people. Qin Shun flew into a great rage when he heard that and said, "Brat, you're also too impudent. Shouldn't you think about sing this old man's hurdle first before talking?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I think that this alchemy battle isn't necessary anymore. It's too troublesome." Qin Shun sneered and said, "Brat, what tricks did you think of again? Want to avoid this alchemy battle? Let me tell you, you have to compete in this alchemy battle whether you want to or not." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're mistaken. What I mean is, you pick 3 kinds of grade 1 heavenly pills. I'll refine first. After I refine finish, if you feel that you can surpass me, then you refine it. If there's a heavenly pill that you surpass me in quality, consider it that I lose." What? This guy is also too arrogant, right? Master Qin is, at any rate, a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. This guy doesn't take him seriously at all. Impressive. Really impressive. Your father has grown so old and has never met such an arrogant fellow before. Got personality. It's just that I don't know whether he has this strength to support his arrogance or not. Yi Yuan's words caused a stir again. Such arrogant words could simply be described as condescending. A guy who was not even sure whether or not he was a grade 1 heavenly alchemist actually completely ignored a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Impudent, arrogant, ignorant. Who do you think you are? Qin Shun was completely filled with anger. His lungs were about to explode from anger. A second ago, Yi Yuan openly poached his disciple from him. In the next second, he directly treated him as heir. How proud was he, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist? When had he been insulted by someone like this before? But Yi Yuan had a smile on his face as he said to Qin Shun, "Actually, I'm saving time for everyone too. Old man, I say, if I ruin my first medicinal pill, wouldn't you and Elder S.I. plus be able to kill me right and properly? Moreover, there are so many grade 1 heavenly pills, you can make things difficult for me. You can take out your private pill formulas. All in all, you can use all means to humiliate me. This way, everyone also saves time, isn't that right?" Everyone was completely speechless. Yi Yuan really let them witness what was called arrogant without limit. What he said was in order to save everyone's time. But, as long as one was not a fool, they would be able to tell that Yi Yuan's subtext was that no matter what means you employed, your father could completely crush you. This kind of arrogance without limit was already not arrogance, but extremely conceited. Hoo, your meaning is that even if I take out a pill formula that you've never refined before, you can refine it all the same? Qin Shun laughed from extreme fury. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "That's right. If you stump me with your first pill formula, everyone can save time. How about it, consider it?" "No need to consider, this old man agrees to you. This method is very good." Qin Shun suddenly calmed down. It was just that his words carried an icy cold, killing intent. Everyone knew that there was a show to watch, while Sect Master shook his head slightly. He felt more and more that this boy Luo Yunqing found was not reliable. Young people could be frivolous, but being like Yi Yuan, it was not frivolous at all, but courting death. Qin Shun took out a jade slip, threw it to Yi Yuan, and said, "This is Crimson Cloud Heavenly Pills pill formula. If you can refine it, consider it my loss." Wu Chengqiao said in surprise, "You actually have the Crimson Cloud Heavenly Pills pill formula. I heard that these heavenly pills can cure myriad poisons under the heavens. It's extremely powerful. I heard that this pill formula has already been lost. Furthermore, the refining difficulty is extremely high. I didn't expect that you would actually have it in your hands." Qin Shun smiled coldly and said, "This old man has already obtained this pill formula for decades. To this date, I can only refine lower third grade. I really want to see whether or not this master can refine it." Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard it. A medicinal pill that a grade 3 heavenly alchemist could only refine lower third grade, the refining difficulty could be imagined. How could a grade 1 heavenly alchemist possibly refine such a pill formula? Yi Yuan received the jade slip and said with a smile, No, we'd best stick to what was said before. 3 heavenly pills, as long as you can surpa me in one, consider it my loss." Qin Shun sneered and said, Hoo, since you're courting death yourself, then this old man will grant your Wisconsin H. Plus come men. Prepare the heavenly medicine. Yi Yuan's figure floated down and he arrived in front of Wen Jingxian and said, Laos, how about it, consider my proposition. Wen Jingxian smiled coldly and said, "Talk to me about this again if you can live." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and was not long-winded either, sitting down cross-legged and started studying the pill formula. This pill formula was indeed extremely difficult. But ever since Yi Yuan obtained Zhong Jianzhou's 3 pieces of jade slips, he had already pretty much studied entirely these basic pill formulas during the past few years. Yi Yuan achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of these basic pill formulas and already reached the grand completion realm of the first level of heavenly pill rule. Refining extremely high difficulty medicinal pills on this foundation was not considered very hard. 2 hours later, Yi Yuan arrived in front of the medicine cauldron solemnly. That appearance looked somewhat comical in the eyes of the others. Many people had cold smiles, waiting to see Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. However, the moment the extraction started, everyone's expressions changed. That transcendent, brilliant to the pinnacle fire-controlling technique, that incomparably pure heavenly medicine, it all displayed Yi Yuan's unparalleled strength without exception. Before this, there had already been 2 masters who demonstrated their extraction technique. But, if Yi Yuan's extraction technique was a perfect score of 100, then Lin Lan's extraction technique was only 1 point. As for Wen Jingxian, she did not even reach 1 point. This was simply the difference in levels. The refinement that followed even made everyone feel bedazzled and incredibly shocked. Hi plus Feiyu Qin Chao Wu Chengchao Hi plus Feiyu, even including Luo Yunqing, they were all shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. This. How is this possible? His affinity is only 4 points. So how does he feel the power of rule in the heavenly medicines? If he can't feel the power of rule in the heavenly medicines, how does he refine heavenly pills? Qin Shun opened his mouth wide, his face full of puzzlement and shock. Chapter 2589. Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill. Chapter 2589. Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill. Pretending to be mysterious. He must be purposely misleading people by being deliberately mystifying. Hi plus Feiyu said in a solemn voice. That's right. It must be deliberately mystifying things. With a 4-point affinity, if he can refine this crimson cloud heavenly pill, then wouldn't we, these heavenly alchemists, become jokes? Qin Shun said with a cold smile. It looks like that, but inside must already be a pile of paste. Hi plus Feiyu said. These 2 people chime in one after another, continuously cheering themselves up. But right at this time, Yi Yuan finished condensing the pill. Everyone held their breaths, staring fixedly at the medicine cauldron. Whether it was a mule or a horse, it was time to verify it. Open! The moment the medicine cauldron opened, a golden light dazzled until people could not open their eyes. 9th grade golden pill. This is impossible. Such an obscure heavenly pill, could it be that he has refined it before in the past? Furthermore, he only has 4 points of affinity. 4 points. This is also too fake. Freaking this is also too impressive. Settling the matter in one go, how can Master Qin still compete? The audience exploded. Everyone fell into fervent shock. They had thought of 10,000 possibilities. The only thing that they never thought of was that it was a 9th grade golden pill the moment Yi Yuan made his move. Only at this time did they suddenly come to a realization why Yi Yuan dared to spout a stream of empty rhetoric, saying that Qin Shun did not need to take action anymore. Freaking how to do it still. Qin Shun said it before too. He studied this crimson cloud heavenly pill for decades and only barely refined lower 3rd grade. Even if he were to refine until he vomited blood, he could not refine 9th grade too. Ha ha ha, beautiful! The moment Brother Yi takes action, it crushes all sides. With this, everyone has to shut up, right? Luo Yunqing stroked his palm and laughed loudly as he said. Even he also did not expect that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it would actually be so breathtaking, directly settling the matter in one go. By the side, Sect Master's eyes were full of shock. Such a heaven-defying 4-point heavenly alchemist. He really only saw it once in his life. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shun and said, "Old man, why don't come down and give it a try too? This is my first time refining. There were still some flaws during the refining process. If you can reach grand completion 9th grade, you can still beat me." Qin Shun's face turned black. Wisconsin H.I. plus ing to tear Yi Yuan to shreds. "Try your sister. Already 9th grade, was your father going down to make a spectacle of myself?" And at this time, Yi Yuan's arrogant remarks did not arouse the full audience's ridicule. At this moment, all of Yi Yuan's arrogance became a matter of course. The strong naturally had the capital to be arrogant. Did you not see that even Qin Shun shut up? When Jingxian looked at Yi Yuan, her cherry lips opened until she could not close her mouth. The fox's tail was revealed. But this tail was too big. She prided herself on being extremely talented, and had never placed anyone in the sect in her sights before. However, a 4-point affinity lesser sublime heavenly stratum trampled her into the dust with 1 foot. It was her and her master together. Originally, Yi Yuan was just a jumping clown in her eyes. But now Yi Yuan's image became incomparably tall, as if a lofty mountain cruised. H.I. plussing her until she could not breathe. "Why are you not speaking anymore? No rush. You just underestimated the enemy this time. You still have 2 chances. Buck up. You can do it." Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shun and said with a smile. Qin Shun's face turned black. This guy was too arrogant. He gritted his teeth, fished out another jade slip, and said, "This is the pill formula for the Fish Dragon 9 transformation heavenly pill. If you can refine it, this old man will admit defeat immediately." Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Don't say that. You need to be careful, or you might just slap your own face. Better stick to what we said." 3 times. Everyone was rendered speechless. However, Qin Shun taking out the Fish Dragon 9 transformation heavenly pill's pill formula caused a stir once again. This pill formula was even more monstrous and freakish than the Crimson Cloud heavenly pill. Not only was it extremely obscure, but the refining difficulty was also even greater. It could be seen that Qin Shun really put forth the blood capital this time. But unfortunately, Yi Yuan's refinement went rather smoothly. Several hours later, the heavenly pill came out of the furnace. 9th grade. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. If Yi Yuan happened to have refined the Crimson Cloud heavenly pill previously before, then what was going on with this Fish Dragon 9 transformation heavenly pill? Such an obscure heavenly pill, forget about in the 5 light heavenly region, even in the 4 great heavenly regions, there were extremely few people who grasped it too. But Yi Yuan seemed to have refined it countless times before. The moment he made a move, it was 9th grade. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shun and said with a smile, "Already said it. Don't be so sure. It's easy to get slapped." Qin Shun's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He said in a great rage, "This old man doesn't believe that you can refine this." Finished talking, he took out another jade slip and threw it right at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's divine sense swept and his eyes could not help lighting up. This pill formula was pretty good. He did not say another word either, immediately started deducing. The others had curious looks too, not knowing what pill formula Qin Shun took out this time. But they knew that it must be Qin Shun's ultimate pill formula this time. Several hours later, the furnace was opened. Still 9th grade. That's the legendary Yu Qi Dust Cleansing Heavenly Imperial Pill. Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill. And 9th Grade Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill. Wu Chengqiao suddenly stood up, looking at that medicinal pill with an astonished face, incredibly shocked. He had always harbored the mentality of watching Qin Shun make a fool of himself, but this time, he could not sit still anymore. Yi Yuan refining an Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill to 9th grade directly made him explode. Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill was the highest grade among heavenly pills. Each grade had a top-notch kind of heavenly pill, that was the Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill. lesser sublime heavenly stratums were unable to withstand the medicinal properties of grade 2 heavenly pills at all. Once consumed, they might very likely be blown up by the grade 2 heavenly pills' medicinal properties. However, imperial grade heavenly pills would not. The medicinal properties of grade 1 imperial grade heavenly pills did not lose to grade 2 heavenly pills, but its medicinal properties were very gentle. Lesser sublime heavenly stratums could consume them too. But imperial grade heavenly pills had the most terrifying aspect. It was that the refining difficulty was exceedingly high. Whatever Jasper regeneration pill, whatever Fish Dragon 9 transformation heavenly pill, all were weak to the max in front of an imperial grade heavenly pill. Therefore, to the vast majority of heavenly alchemists, imperial grade heavenly pills were just a legend, because even if they obtained the pill formula, they could not refine it at all too. But Yi Yuan refined it. Not only did he refine it, furthermore, it was 9th grade golden pill, 9th grade imperial grade heavenly pill. Sect Master, I wonder if this brother Yi of mine can take on the position of a greenwing protector? Luo Yunqing said with a light smile. He was similarly extremely shocked in his heart. But at this time, he actually had a feeling of exaltation upon fulfillment. Yi Yuan's breathtakingly explosive performance proved that his eyesight was correct. Honestly speaking, he also did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually be fearsome to such an extent. That was an imperial grade pill. Furthermore, it was a 9th grade heavenly imperial pill. Sect Master's entire body trembled, and he nodded his head deeply and said, "Yes, of course, he is worthy of it. No, becoming a green wing protector isn't enough." Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, "Actually, when I went to guide him back then, I wanted to give him the authority of a purple wing protector. But unfortunately, my greatest authority was also just giving him the status of a green wing protector. Brother Yi has a lofty heart and must be treated with sincerity. Otherwise, he could not care even if given the position of elder. For this reason, I laid low in eastward country for as long as a decade." Sect Master slowly said, "Yunqing, you did very well. This matter, you've made great contributions to the sect. It's just that I can't give him this green wing protector." Chapter 2590. Since that's the case, leave. Chapter 2590. Since that's the case, leave. Everybody, listen up. I, Feng Shuani, immediately issue a sect master order and order Luo Yunqing and Yi Yuan 2 people to become martial secure heavenly sect's elders. A grand conferment ceremony will be held on another day. Sect Master said in a loud voice. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone was shocked. Elder. A lesser sublime heavenly stratum actually became an elder. Sect Master has such breadth of spirit, it's just that, is this position given a little too high? This is probably an unprecedented thing for our 5 light heavenly regions, 5 great heavenly sects, right? A grade 1 heavenly alchemist directly becoming a green wing protector was already sufficiently shocking to begin with. But Yi Yuan actually rose straight to elder, reaching the heavens in one step. One had to know, in martial secure heavenly sect, only Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could serve as elders. There were more than 2 major realms between Lesser Sublime and Jade Sovereign Heaven. Feng Shuani's action truly shocked everyone. Yunqing thanks Sect Master. Luo Yunqing said. Thank you, Sect Master. I also thank Protector Qin for bestowing the pill formulas. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Seeing Yi Yuan's smile, Qin Shun's expression became black as the bottom of a pot. It turned out that this guy playing this move, it was actually in order to cheat his pill formulas. This was really suffering a double loss. It was just that who could have thought that this boy could even refine a heavenly imperial pill? His gaze turned cold and he said, Sect Master, a grade 1 heavenly alchemist taking on the position of elder, it's not enough to convince the Ma. SSCS. If Sect Master insists on doing so, This Qin will withdraw from martial secure heavenly sect henceforth. Martial secure heavenly sect will only have either him or me. Everyone's faces changed, not expecting that Qin Shun actually clashed with sect master. But one had to admit this move was vicious. No matter how high Yi Yuan's talent was, he was also merely a grade 1 heavenly alchemist, that was all. He could refine imperial grade heavenly pills, but could not refine grade 3 heavenly pills. But Qin Shun was a living grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Feng Shuani's expression was very ugly too. Being locked horns with by Qin Shun in public like this, it put him greatly on the spot. His gaze turned dark and he said, "Protector Qin, you've been in my martial secure heavenly sect for many years and know what an extremely talented heavenly alchemist means to the sect. Moreover, Yi Yuan is different from the rest. This matter has indeed somewhat embarrassed, said you. But this sect master will compensate you afterward, all right?" Those ascenders were all stunned. The exalted sect master actually lowered his head to a protector? Could it be that in this martial secure heavenly sect, one could come and go as one pleased? Just a protector, even if martial secure heavenly sects heavenly alchemists were extremely few, it was also not to such an extent, right? Even Yi Yuan was very puzzled too. Feng Shuani's concession did not make Qin Shun stop. It was only to see him snort coldly. He said, "Sect master, there's no discussion about this matter. Either the sect sentences him to death, or I, Qin Shun, leave." Feng Shuani's gaze turned intent, revealing unhappiness. Qin Shun's request was already not the position of elder, but to sentence Yi Yuan to death. This was too much. Disregarding how Yi Yuan's talent was, if he really agreed, who would still take him, this sect master, seriously? Your Qin Shun's face was bigger than me, the sect master? Furthermore, Yi Yuan's talent gave him a great shock. Heavenly Imperial Pill, affinity growing, the significance of these two was too great. If affinity could really be increased, wouldn't that mean that ascenders could become heavenly alchemists too? Therefore, even though Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still low, his significance to the sect was extremely far-reaching. Otherwise, how could he possibly hand such an important seat as an elder to a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? But what was D.A.M. Ning was that Qin Shun's ident. 1. Tie and background were extremely not simple. How to make his choice was something that gave him a headache. If it was an alchemy battle in private, it was still fine. But now, he had to make a choice in front of the whole sect. Was it Yi Yuan or Qin Shun? And at this time, Luo Yunqing's figure suddenly swayed, landing beside Yi Yuan. He did not speak, just stood there silently, quietly waiting for Feng Shuani's ruling. That meaning was already very clear. He was standing together with Yi Yuan. The whole audience was deathly silent, everyone's eyes were staring at Feng Shuani, wanting to see how he made his choice. While Qin Shun had a smug look as if victory was already within grasp. He, a Qin Shun, was naturally nothing much. But the Leviathan behind him, who on this rain-clear continent dared to provoke. Therefore, Yi Yuan would definitely die. He was already furious to the extreme towards Yi Yuan. Even at the risk of offending Feng Shuani, he had to doom Yi Yuan to death too. Suddenly, Feng Shuani's gaze turned intent, and he said to Qin Shun, "Since that's the case, leave." Qin Shun was currently looking at Yi Yuan with a smug expression. Hearing this, his smile immediately turned stiff on his face, and he said solemnly, "Feng Shuani, what did you say?" Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice, "I said, to have you leave the martial secure heavenly sect. From today onward, you're no longer my martial secure heavenly sect's purple wing protector." Everyone turned pale with fright, being shocked by Feng Shuani's words. "Shi plus Feiyu said, Sect Master, you mustn't. Offending the Pill Alliance, how will we contend with the 4 great heavenly sects in the future?" Protector Mo also said, "Sect Master, you mustn't act on impulse. No matter how formidable this Yi Yuan is, he's also merely a grade 1 heavenly alchemist. Whether or not he can grow up is still unknown. If we offend the Pill Alliance because of this, our martial secure heavenly sect will struggle to stride forward. Han Qianshan said, as long as we kill Yi Yuan, Protector Qin will definitely be even more devoted to our sect. For some time, all the protectors present came out to urge. Everyone supported Qin Shun one-sidedly. All shut up for me. Feng Shuani shouted coldly and said, this place is martial secure heavenly sect, not the Pill Alliance. Although my martial secure heavenly sect relies on the Pill Alliance, it's also not what a puny little grade 3 heavenly alchemist can order around. Qin Shun, you leave. Qin Shun's expression was already gloomy to the extreme. Hearing that, he smiled coldly and said, Hoo, Feng Shuani, you're very good. I, Qin Shun, am indeed just a measly little grade 3 heavenly alchemist, but don't you forget who my master is. Fine, I'll go. It's just that today's humiliation, I'll return it to the martial secure heavenly sect with interest. Jingxian girl, let's go. Luo Yunqing frowned and said, Jingxian is martial secure heavenly sect's disciple, not the Pill Alliance's disciple. What right do you have to take her away? Qin Shun smiled coldly and said, she is my Qin Shun's disciple. Of course, she's also the Pill Alliance's disciple. I'm bringing her away today, see who dares to stop me. Jingxian, come over. When Jingxian had a look of struggle, she completely did not expect that things would actually become such a mess. One was the master who taught her cultivation, the other was the sect who provided for her. It was really very hard to make a choice. But at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly blocked in front of Wen Jingxian and said coolly, she won't go with you. Qin Shun said in a great rage, who the hell do you think you are? Is it your turn to come and tell me what to do with my apprentice? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, you don't want to take her away for something just as simple as teaching an apprentice, right? Qin Shun's expression changed and he said in a great rage, impudent. Jingxian is a piece of uncut jade. Placing her in the martial secure heavenly sect is a waste too. I'm bringing her to the Pill Alliance for the sake of her future. What else can there be? Chapter 2591 Pill Alliance. Chapter 2591 Pill Alliance, is that so? Then the worrisome heart callousness is also in order to teach her to test poison? Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shun and said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Shun was immensely shocked and scolded angrily, bulls. Hi+T. What worrisome heart callousness? What nonsense are you spurting? Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, there are really quite a number of wondrous formulas in your hands. It's just a pity that this worrisome heart callousness, this Yi knows about it too. Not admitting is fine. Bring a stock of pity star GRA.SS here. It will naturally be verified. Qin Shun's expression changed wildly, and he actually fell silent, while the others had baffled looks, not knowing what the two were talking about. When Jingxian frowned and said, Master, what are you guys talking about? Qin Shun's expression was complicated, but he did not open his mouth. Yi Yuan smiled and said, worrisome heart callousness is a kind of strange poison. There are very few people who know about it. The poisoner just has to fuse his own blood into the poison, then let the woman drink it, and he'll be able to turn her into his most loyal furnace. However, this poison isn't easy to refine, and poisoning is likewise not easy. Of course, the symptoms after getting poisoned aren't obvious. If it's someone who doesn't know it, it's extremely difficult to discover. Fortunately, you aren't poisoned deeply and can still be saved. Once this poison encounters the pity star GRA.SS, the pity GRA.SS star will wither and turn yellow. Hearing that, everyone was incredibly shocked. This Qin Shun was actually a beast in human clothing, posing as someone with high morals and plotted against his own disciple? Wu Chengqiao opened his mouth wide and said with a look of shock, worrisome heart callousness. No wonder Chun Yuerong and Li Xinran, those girls, became somewhat odd after becoming your disciple. After that, they died in sect missions. It turns out that you actually poisoned them with such an unscrupulous poison. Heh, you got bored of them and made them go and seek their own doom, is that it? When Jingxian had a blank face, she was stunned by what Yi Yuan said. The master that she respected actually did such a shameless thing. This old thing was simply coveting her looks. Therefore, are you still planning on going together with him? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Good. Very good. Brat, I've remembered you. In the future, this old man will definitely tear you to shreds. Also, Feng Shuani, you should know the consequences of offending the Pill Alliance. Qin Shun turned angry from Embark's sment and threw down harsh words, then flicked his sleeves and left. His face was utterly lost. If he left because of a dispute, he could still garner some people's sympathy. But now, the matter of the worrisome heart callousness was exposed. He really lost all standing and reputation. Worrisome heart callousness, even Wu Chengqiao could not tell. He did not expect that it was actually seen through by Yi Yuan. Therefore, he hated Yi Yuan to the bones. Swaz. H. Plus Luo Yunqing's figure flashed, blocking Qin Shun's path. Qin Shun sneered and said, What, Luo Yunqing? Could it be that you're still planning on killing me? Do you know the consequences of offending the Pill Alliance? Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice, Let him leave. Luo Yunqing had a look of unwillingness on his face, but in the end, he still moved aside. While Qin Shun had a smug look as he strutted away. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not expect that an entrance assessment actually played out until like this in the end. After Qin Shun left, Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice, It ends here today. The entrance test will be conducted on another day. All withdraw. Yi Yuan, Yunqing, Elder S. Hi plus, you guys come with me. In the hall, the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. The sect producing SCU. Like Qin Shun and body looked good. Yi Yuan, you were too rash in this matter. Offending the Pill Alliance, our sect's heavenly pills in the future will get into an even more dire state. Hi plus Feiyu shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare and said, Enough! Feng Shuani shouted coldly and said, Hi plus Feiyu, if not looking on the account of your face as an elder, I'll definitely punish you severely today. You, a dignified elder, don't think about looking for talents for the sect, and even want to doom Yi Yuan to death. I don't believe that you can't tell Yi Yuan's value to the sect. Also, have you ascended for too long and already forgot about hot-bloodedness when in the lower realms? No matter how formidable the Pill Alliance is, when can they ride on top of our martial secure heavenly sect's head? He, a puny little grade 3 heavenly alchemist, is even a second-rate existence in the Pill Alliance. His face is bigger than my Feng Shuani's face? Hi plus Feiyu completely did not dare to make a sound being countered by Feng Shuani. Only then did he know that Feng Shuani had already tolerated him for very long. At this time, Yi Yuan asked curiously, Is this Pill Alliance very powerful? Luo Yunqing nodded his head and said, More than just powerful. It can be said that they are Rainclear Continent's #1 major faction. It turned out that this Pill Alliance was actually the Heavenly Alchemist Alliance. Of the various major factions on this Rainclear continent, more than 60% of the Heavenly Alchemists originated from the Pill Alliance. Not only did they control the massive amounts of heavenly medicines, pill formulas, refining techniques, they even controlled the most abundant heavenly alchemist resources. Many sects' heavenly alchemists originated from the Pill Alliance, such as Wu Chengqiao. However, those like Wu Chengqiao did not belong to the Pill Alliance's own people. Their internal faction had strict ranks, It was not what anyone could enter as they liked. And Qin Shun was a proper member of the Pill Alliance. Martial secure heavenly sex, heavenly alchemist's strength was too weak. It was difficult for one person to support it. Being helpless, Feng Shuani moved out in person and spent a lot of money to hire Qin Shun. Who would have thought that this guy was actually such a despicable and shameless person? Furthermore, the Pill Alliance's heavenly alchemists were very strong. The heavenly alchemists that the various major sects sent over to the Pill Alliance, their strength was significantly worse compared to them. Qin Chao was not considered very strong in the Pill Alliance, but his strength was much stronger than Wu Chengchao. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help suddenly seeing the light. Even Feng Shuani did not want to completely offend the Pill Alliance too. This Pill Alliance controlled all of the Rainclear continent's alchemy path resources. The other sects could only depend on them to survive. The other heavenly alchemists' outcomes were much worse compared to those from the Pill Alliance. So how to compete? Therefore, no matter how you sects fight among yourselves, I stand firm as a rock. It was also precisely because of this that he could take out so many valuable and obscure pill formulas. It was just that Qin Shun never expected that the pill formulas were all swiped away by Yi Yuan. Luo Yunqing finished explaining, and then Feng Shuani followed up, saying, Yi Yuan, this sect master carried out a huge bet for you. I hope that you won't let this sect master down. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, since sect master bet on Yi Yuan, then Yi Yuan naturally can't let you down. Competing in refining pills, I, Yi Yuan, examine my own conscience and feel that I won't lose to anyone. Only then did Feng Shuani turn his anger into joy and say, Does Elder Yi have a way to increase my martial secure heavenly sex alchemy path strength within a short time? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Could sect master be joking? Alchemy, this sort of thing, how can there be a crash course? Not the slightest hint of lies can be allowed on this. Isn't it because there's no choice either? You're able to increase affinity. As long as affinity increases, our strength will naturally rise. Feng Shuani said. What he valued Yi Yuan most of all was also precisely this aspect. To ascenders, affinity was a weakness. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, It's useless. The effect of foundation establishment heavenly pill on greater sublime heavenly stratums is negligible. Let alone talk about limitless sublime heavenly stratum protectors. Sect Master, if you want to make martial secure heavenly sex alchemy path become strong, leave everything in this area to me. Don't ask too much about other things. Otherwise, forgive this Yi for being powerless to do anything too. Chapter 2592. Astonies.h.I plus ing ultimate move. Chapter 2592. Astonies. H.I plus ing ultimate move. Alright, the worrisome heart callousness in your body has already been completely cured. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said. The poison of worrisome heart callousness was rather formidable. Yi Yuan needed to expend considerable effort to cure the poison too. When Jingxian looked at Yi Yuan with a grateful look. If not for Yi Yuan, she really did not dare to imagine the consequences. She got up and bowed towards Yi Yuan with folded hands at the lower right side and said gratefully, Jingxian, thanks Elder Yi. Amen? What did you call me? Master. Hesitating for a moment, when Jingxian finally called. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, I, Yi Yuan, have only taken the initiative to accept a disciple just this once walking all this way. However, I don't like to force things. There's only this one chance. So you have to think about it well. He knew that when Jingxian could not get over this in her heart. However, where did he, Yi Yuan, this person come from? How could he thicken his skin and beg people to acknowledge him as her master? If when Jingxian was willing, that was fine. If she was not willing, it was okay too. He only gave this one chance. Miss it means she missed it. Sure enough, when Jingshuan's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, this disciple knows that I'm wrong. Yi Yuan said coolly, This isn't your fault, but I, Yi Yuan, have always been extremely strict in accepting disciples. If not looking on the account that your talent is really pretty good, I wouldn't have cared about your affairs." When Jingshuan's expression was sad as she said, "Many thanks, master," Yi Yuan gave her a glance and did not say much. Some roads needed one to walk themselves. And right at this time, there was a commotion coming from outside. "Elder Yi, you come out for me. I, Wu Chengchao, am not convinced and want to seek justice. This old man is a dignified grade 3 heavenly alchemist, and yet you're making your father refine foundation establishment heavenly pills day in and day out. What the hell is this? Even if foundation establishment heavenly pill is cultivated to the acme of perfection, what the hell use is it? We're not convinced. What right does a grade 1 heavenly alchemist have to be an elder?" The moment Yi Yuan went out to take a look, he saw Wu Chengchao taking the lead in causing trouble. A group of grade 2 heavenly alchemists also followed behind to make a fuss. These were all the backbone people of the martial secure heavenly sex alchemy path. Although it was a little weak, ever since Qin Shun left, Yi Yuan took over the alchemist hall. And the first thing that he did when he took office was to have everyone relearn the foundation establishment heavenly pill from the top again. Lin Lan was everyone's head coach. It was just that this order was only carried out for 2 days, and Wu Chengchao and the rest took the lead to make trouble. Although Yi Yuan's performance before was very astonies. Hi+ing to make them, these grade 2 and grade 3 heavenly alchemists go and practice the most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill, this was simply the biggest joke in the world. How could they be willing? Among them, Wu Chengchao especially made the biggest clamor. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone's faces and he said with a frown, "Where's Lin Lan?" The voices abruptly stopped. "Master!" And at this time, a voice sounded out behind everyone. Yi Yuan looked over. Who could it be if not Lin Lan? It was just that he was covered in wounds all over his body. Clearly, he had suffered considerable injuries. Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "Who did it?" Everyone exchanged glances. No one said anything. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he sneered and said, "Looks like you all see that my cultivation realm is low and aren't convinced of me taking on the position of elder." Wu Chengchao said, "It's not that we're not convinced. It's just that this guy used a made-up directive and forced us to recultivate the foundation establishment heavenly pill every day. What the hell is with that? It can't be that refining the foundation establishment heavenly pill can make one break through to grade 4 heavenly alchemist?" Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes at Wu Chengchao and he said with a sneer, "So, you made a move to injure this elder's disciple?" Yi Yuan looked straight at Wu Chengchao. Wu Chengchao also met eyes with Yi Yuan. But very soon, Wu Chengchao avoided Yi Yuan's gaze. He could not withstand Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. Wu Chengchao was shocked in his heart. He actually lost to a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. "I didn't do it alone," Wu Chengchao said awkwardly. "Jingxian," Yi Yuan suddenly said. When Jingxian was taken aback and hurriedly said, "This disciple is here." Everyone was uncertain what it meant, turning their gazes toward Wen Jingxian. Yi Yuan turned to her and said with a smile, "Your talent is pretty good, your affinity reaching an astonies. Hi+ing 59 points. Then do you want to improve further?" When Jingxian was taken aback again and immediately said with wild elation, "Master, see can I?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I say can, of course you can." Hearing this, everyone trembled all over. Affinity. Elder Yi was finally releasing his big move. They all knew that Elder Yi was able to become this elder by relying completely on this ultimate move. A means that could increase affinity was seriously too attractive. The significance of this move was extraordinary. Even Wu Chengchao could not resist swallowing his saliva. No one would mind affinity being too high. Maybe if their affinity increased by 1 point, their strength would increase by 10. Many thanks, master, Wen Jingxian said agitatedly. The haze on her face was swept clean, and what replaced it was a face full of excitement. The allure of increasing affinity was too great. She could not resist it. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're my disciple. So your treatment is naturally different from the rest." As he said, he held his palm out and took out a medicinal pill. When Wen Jingxian saw the medicinal pill, the expression on her face could not help becoming stupefied as she blurted out, "F Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill? Can Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill increase affinity? Elder Yi, you're joking, right? Sect Master let you be this elder because he pinned high hopes on you. Yet you're showing us this?" Yi Yuan actually taking out the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill immediately aroused Ma's ridicule. They had never heard that the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill could increase affinity. Wasn't this a joke? "Fetch the prenatal cloud stone," Yi Yuan instructed. When Jingxian suppressed the curiosity in her heart and fetched the prenatal cloud stone. "Test your affinity," Yi Yuan instructed again. When Jingxian followed suit and placed her palm on the prenatal cloud stone. Very soon, the scale marks on the prenatal cloud stone reached 59 points. Although everyone already knew this result, having witnessed it again, they were still incredibly envious. This number was something that they would have to look up to all their lives. However, with regards to Yi Yuan's way of doing things, they all turned their noses up in disdain. If the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill could increase affinity, would it still be your, Yi Yuan's, turn to come and discover it? Eat it and refine it on the spot, Yi Yuan repeatedly instructed. When Jingxian did not hesitate, directly swallowing this 9th-grade Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. Very soon, when Jingxian seemed to have been reborn, her entire person becoming much graceful. A stench came over, her body and marrow had actually been cleansed. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being extremely surprised. The Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill still had this effect? Finished refining, when Jingxian only felt that her entire body was indescribably comfortable, and she said excitedly, "Master, this Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill actually has such a miraculous effect?" Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Go and test again." When Jingxian followed suit and placed her palm on the prenatal cloud stone again. Although they felt that it was impossible for a miracle to happen, everyone still held their breaths, staring at the prenatal cloud stone without blinking. Very soon, the scales reached 59. But this time, it did not stop at 59. Chapter 2593. I'm biased, so what? Chapter 2593. I'm biased, so what? 6 to 61. Are really increased. Affinity really increased. My God, I'm not dreaming, right? The Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill can actually really increase affinity. The scale mark finally stopped on 61 points. Although it was only 2 points, it was enough to shock everyone. They all thought that Yi Yuan was joking. They did not expect that it was actually true. The most rubbish Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill can actually increase affinity. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Chengqiao and said coolly, "Wu Chengqiao, now you tell me, whether the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill is useful or not?" Wu Chengqiao's expression turned stiff and he said in embarrassment, "You useful? But why is this?" Yi Yuan did not answer, but said coolly, "Now what should you do?" Wu Chengqiao's expression was somewhat ugly. However, this miraculous thing still evoked his limitless desire. Moreover, he knew that he could not escape this hurdle. Wu Chengqiao cupped his fists towards Lin Lan and said, "Younger brother Lin, I was reckless before, this old man apologizes to you." While Lin Lan gave a cold snort and paid no heed to him. Wu Chengqiao froze there, very embarrassed, said, "If it were before, being apologized to by a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, Lin Lan would definitely be in fear and trepidation. But now, He was Yi Yuan's disciple. So, he was proud. You struck Elder Ye's disciple and want to brush it over with a mere apology? Dream on. Yi Yuan's gaze swept and he said, Who else did it? Marshal Uncle Lin, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Those who did it just now all came over to apologize very conscientiously. When it was over, Yi Yuan said to Lin Lan, Go and invite Elder Luo over. Those who beat you, hand them over to the punishment hall to wait for sentencing. Lin Lan chuckled and received the order and left. The pain on his body immediately lessened significantly. The expressions of Wu Chengqiao and the rest all became extremely grim. Luo Yunqing was in charge of the punishment hall now. His relations, Hi+P with Yi Yuan was good until they could wear a single pair of trousers. So how could they have a good outcome? They already apologized and actually still had to be handed over to the punishment hall. Elder Yi was really ruthless. And right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly took out another foundation establishment heavenly pill. Everyone's eyes turned sharp, looking over. Their bodies were very honest. You all look carefully. What's the difference between this foundation establishment heavenly pill and ordinary 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pills? Yi Yuan said. Just now, everyone only saw the 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill and did not look closely. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone could not help sizing it up carefully. Upon looking, everyone really found it unusual. Although this foundation establishment heavenly pill is 9th grade, the light doesn't seem to be dazzling, but much more restrained instead. See, could it be that this is, after Wu Chengqiao sized it up carefully, he suddenly thought of something and could not help looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked expression on his face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, At least you, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist, have some knowledge. That's right. It's a grand completion 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. Therefore, you tell me whether cultivating the foundation establishment heavenly pill is useful or not. G grand completion 9th grade. The legendary grand completion 9th grade. There's actually really someone who can reach this level. No wonder Elder Yi can cultivate the heavenly imperial pill. So that's how it is. All of the heavenly alchemists were shocked until they could not close their mouth. Only then did they know what Yi Yuan relied on to refine the heavenly imperial pill. While Wu Chengqiao had an Embark said look as he said with a bitter smile, Elder Yi, but this grand completion 9th grade isn't what anybody can achieve. Is spending so much time on a basic heavenly pill really worth it? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a look of disgust, That's why you're not as good as Qin Shun. For so many years, the feeling of being suppressed by Qin Shun, that old fellow must feel great, right? The moment Wu Chengqiao heard, he said in a great rage, Elder Yi, you're actually comparing me to that SCU bag. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, irrespective of character, only in terms of refining pills, he's indeed much stronger than you. Do you know what's the difference between you guys? Wu Chengqiao reined in his expression and said seriously, I naturally know. My foundation is not as good as his. But he comes from the Pill Alliance. Although I went to the Pill Alliance, I couldn't come into contact with their core cultivation methods at all. Yi Yuan sneered and said, So, I sent Lin Lan to go and help you all consolidate your foundations, and yet you all beat him until like this? Wu Chengqiao's old face turned red and he blushed with shame as he said, Wasn't it because this old man was unaware? Elder Yi, this old man is completely convinced by you. This foundation establishment heavenly pill, you can actually cultivate it to the legendary grand completion 9th grade. Then can't. Yi Yuan said with decisiveness that could chop iron. Everyone's expressions changed, secretly regretting immensely. This time, they offended Elder Yi badly. However, the heavenly alchemists present were really wholeheartedly convinced by Yi Yuan. Although 9th grade golden pill and grand completion 9th grade golden pill were both 9th grade, They were two completely different concepts. Ninth grade golden pill, someone had reached it before. Grand completion ninth grade only existed in the legends. But Elder Yi relied on his 4-point affinity apartment etude, and he actually reached the grand completion realm of ninth grade. This already could not be described using monstrous. Yi Yuan said coolly, starting from now, all of you be more obedient. Whoever cultivates the foundation establishment heavenly pill to ninth grade first, will be awarded 1 pill. If you can't do it, forget about it. What? Ninth grade? Elder Yi, are you trying to take our old lives? When the group of heavenly alchemists heard that, they immediately cried of excruciating suffering. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, of course, you all can also don't practice. You can naturally forget about that foundation establishment heavenly pill too. As he said, he threw the foundation establishment heavenly pill in his hand to Wen Jingxian and said, eat it, continue refining. When everyone saw this scene, their eyeballs were almost popping out. Wu Chengqiao said in a great rage, Elder Yi, you're biased. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, I'm biased, so what? My disciple, I'll give her however many I want to. Furthermore, you rest assured. Jingxian and Linlan's training is absolutely 100 times crueler than yours. Yi Yuan don't have any shortcuts when refining pills. It's just practice. If 100 times won't do, 1,000 times. If 1,000 times won't work, 10,000 times. 10,000 times don't work, 100,000 times. 1,000,000 times. All the way until you master it. Seeing the serious expression on Yi Yuan's face, everyone's expressions could not help turning somber, revealing a look of admiration. Only then did they know that Yi Yuan's success was not accidental. Suddenly, a dozen over-figures fell from the sky. Luo Yunqing had arrived. Wu Chengqiao's expression changed, and he begged, Elder Yi, old Wu, know that I was wrong. Spare me this time around, all right? But Luo Yunqing blocked in front of him and said coolly, although Elder Ye's cultivation realm is low, his significance to the sect is tremendous. Sect Master has already ordered it. Those who disrespect Elder Yi will be punished severely. According to sect rules, those who offend elders, 100 strikes of the rod and paraded in public for 3 days. Come men. Bring away. Finished saying, the members of the punishment hall gave no chance to explain too, directly taking everyone away by force. Elder Yi, I really know that I was wrong. Elder Yi, spare us this time around. Wails of doom filled the sect immediately. Chapter 2594, Land of Exile. Chapter 2594. Land of Exile. After all the disturbances, they all became obedient. For a grand completion 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, the martial secure heavenly sects, heavenly alchemists started cultivating like crazy. Of course, it was also not aimless cultivation. Yi Yuan had naturally fumbled out a set of his own methods, having cultivated to the realm of grand completion. He had long already imparted this set of methods to Linlan. Therefore, the one really teaching them was all Linlan. Without the slightest surprise, the one who broke through to the realm of 9th grade first was precisely Wen Jingxian. In fact, she was even faster than the grade 3 heavenly alchemist, Wu Chengqiao. She only used half a year's time and broke through from 7th grade to 9th grade. Of course, Wen Jingxian already had no need of the grand completion foundation establishment heavenly pill, because her affinity was already saturated. In the end, it only stopped at less than 62 points too. Wen Jingxuan's talent could be seen at a glance. The second to break through was precisely Wu Chengqiao. As a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, his foundation was naturally incomparably solid. Originally, he already had upper 8th grade strength, breaking through to 9th grade reasonable too. However, after breaking through to 9th grade, he discovered to his pleasant surprise that when he refined other heavenly pills, there seemed to be some improvement. Even when refining grade 3 heavenly pills, he was that tiny bit stronger than before too. Although it was just that tiny trace, he felt it distinctly. As for grade 2 and grade 1, this kind of increment was even more obvious. This discovery made Wu Chengqiao wildly ecstatic. Only at this point did he understand Yi Yuan's painstaking effort. Elder Yi is really too impressive. You bunch of BASTARDS, all keep your chin up for me in the future. Whoever dares to slack off, see if this old man doesn't break your DAMN legs. Wu Chengqiao said ferociously in front of everyone. At this time, he already went from being a skeptic into Yi Yuan's staunch advocate. However, only after reaching 9th grade did they realize that this was just a new beginning. Each tiny bit of improvement of the heavenly pill's quality was extremely difficult. Even having a talent as strong as Wen Jingxuan's, her improvement was very slow too. It was also precisely after reaching this step did they realize how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was. 9th grade, almost all could reach it through hard work. But wanting to improve further, the requirement of talent was close to freakish. Only at this time did the disparity in talent truly manifested itself. Wu Chengqiao cultivated to middle 9th grade and was unable to advance an inch forward anymore. Even when Jingxian also stopped advancing after reaching peak upper 9th grade. She was unable to break through to the realm of grand completion from start to end. This final step was akin to a heavenly chasm, she could never cross it. Yi Yuan did not let them continue. He instructed them to switch to cultivating other basic heavenly pills. With the foundation establishment heavenly pill as the foundation, the cultivation speed of other basic heavenly pills was undoubtedly much faster. It was also precisely under this kind of training that the collective strength of the Alchemist Hall was increasing rapidly. Coupled with the increase of the foundation establishment heavenly pill on affinity, martial secure heavenly sex alchemy path strength had a qualitative leap on the whole. This sort of thing was naturally not empty talk, but it could absolutely be manifested in the heavenly pills. The heavenly pills rewarded by the sect improved significantly in terms of quality. Regardless of whether inner sect disciples or outer sect disciples, they sang praises of the medicinal efficacy of the heavenly pills. A slight tug in one area would affect the situation on the whole. This way, martial secure heavenly sect's overall strength naturally increased a lot. With regards to this change in the sect, Feng Shuani took it into his sights and was delighted in his heart. A short few years' time, martial secure heavenly sect's appearance took on a completely new look. Of course, Feng Shuani understood that this was just the beginning. Along with the passing of time, martial secure heavenly sect's strength would become stronger and stronger. It might be able to return to the peak someday. Feng Shuani knew that he had gambled correctly. Elder Yi, you've made great contributions to the sect. Whatever reward you want, as long as my martial secure heavenly sect has it, this sect master definitely won't be stingy. Feng Shuani said with a smile. I want the method to condense the divine soul. When Yi Yuan heard that, he said without hesitation. To him, nothing was more important than reviving Mu Lingxue. But Feng Shuani smiled bitterly and said, You've stumped me. The method to condense the divine soul is an extremely profound origin divinity mystic art. Hence, our martial secure heavenly sect doesn't have one. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help revealing a look of disappointment. Then may I ask sect master, who is proficient in this origin divinity mystic art on this rain-clear continent? Yi Yuan asked. 5 great heavenly regions said, to talk about who is the most proficient in origin divinity mystic arts in this 5 great heavenly regions, it's naturally the Daikreek heavenly region's soul-driving heavenly sect. This sect's cultivation method is the most mysterious and unpredictable. Even our martial secure heavenly sect is extremely apprehensive towards them too. Yi Yuan silently remembered the name soul-driving heavenly sect, thinking to himself that when he became stronger, he had to take a trip to that sect. It was just that at present, it was still increasing his strength that was more urgent. All right, since that's the case, I want to go to the land of exile, Yi Yuan said. The expressions of Feng Shuani and the rest changed. No way. You can't go to the land of exile, Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan had long expected Feng Shuani's reaction and said with a smile, just now, didn't sect master say that whatever the martial secure heavenly sect has, you definitely won't be stingy? Feng Shuani's face turned black, feeling like he had fallen into a pit. The land of exile was the place where the 5 great heavenly sects suppressed prisoners. This land of exile was personally built by the 5 light heavenly regions sovereign back then, Zhuo Bufan. Imprisoned inside were all some extremely violent and wicked people. Not only were these prisoners powerful, but they were also extremely hostile towards the 5 great heavenly sects' disciples. The reason why the 5 great heavenly sects made this land of exile, the purpose was to provide a place for experience for the disciples. It was just that the disciples who entered inside rarely made it out alive. Furthermore, even if they came out alive, some people had drastic changes in temperament too, becoming bloodthirsty and murderous. Therefore, the number of disciples who went inside to train became fewer and fewer. However, there were still some bold and strong ones who would enter inside. But there were few that could come back alive. If others entered the land of exile, Feng Shuani naturally could not be bothered to care. Life and death are up to fate, not experiencing the tempering of blood. How could one possibly become a powerhouse? But Yi Yuan was different. He shouldered the heavy burden of martial secure heavenly sect's resurgence. If he fell in the land of exile, the loss to the martial secure heavenly sect would be too great. Martial secure heavenly sect could not bear it. Other things, this sect master can agree to it, only this matter can't. You should know how much you mean to the sect, Feng Shuani said. Yi Yuan said, my alchemy path understandings have already been imparted to Jingxian and Lin Lan. With them around, as long as they followed the routine to cultivate, Wu Chengchao might be able to break through to grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Even if I stay in the sect, it won't be very useful either. But Feng Shuani said firmly, even if Wu Chengchao can become a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, he's unable to replace your position too. There's no comparison between you and him. This sect master is helming the martial secure heavenly sect. Could it be that I can't even see this? There's no discussion about this matter. Finished saying, Feng Shuani turned around and left, without leaving any leeway. Chapter 2595. Borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Chapter 2595. Borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Halt. Yi Yuan was stopped by Han Qianyun as soon as he arrived at Flowing Cloud Peak. The land of exile was an independent SPAC. The 5 great heavenly sects all had transmission arrays that led there. The martial secure heavenly sect's transmission array was on Flowing Cloud Peak. Seeing Han Qianyun, Yi Yuan said with a frown, I want to enter the land of exile. Han Qianyun said with a cold smile, sorry, Elder Yi. The land of exile is under the jurisdiction of my master. Without master's orders, an body can enter the land of exile. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, you dare stop me? Han Qianyun said coolly, so what if I stop you? It's also not that you can't enter. As long as you get the warrant from master there, you can. Or you can defeat me and step over my body. Yi Yuan did not argue either, turning around and leaving. Han Qianyun looked at Yi Yuan's departing back view and could not help feeling the delight of having taken revenge. After he left, a figure came out. Who could it be if not Feng Shuani? You did very well, Feng Shuani said. Han Qianyun hurriedly said, Sect Master, rest assured. With me around, it's absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to break through. Feng Shuani nodded and said, I naturally feel assured about you. But this period of time, You have to be on alert and not slack off in the slightest. Below limitless sublime heavenly stratum, he can easily break through. Han Qianyan said, "Yes, sect master." After that day, Feng Shuani took various measures to prevent Yi Yuan from entering the land of exile. He knew that Yi Yuan's methods were strange and unpredictable, so he even transferred Han Qianyun, this protector, over to guard Flowing Cloud Peak. Of course, he used S.H.I plus Feiyu as the S.H.I plus ELD, so as to also reduce Yi Yuan's bad impression. After Yi Yuan returned, he was surprisingly quiet and did not find him to make a big fuss. 1 or 2 days, Feng Shuani was naturally uneasy. But several months said in a row. Yi Yuan was just cultivating in close seclusion or teaching the heavenly alchemists to refine pills. Feng Shuani also naturally set his mind at ease. However, Feng Shuani still had Han Qianyan wait in full battle state, to prevent Yi Yuan from slipping in. On this day, Yi Yuan finished giving pointers to Wu Chengqiao as usual. Wu Chengqiao was naturally endlessly grateful. Elder Ye's alchemy path strength grows deep with each Sing day. Wu Chengqiao benefited a lot each time. Wu Chengqiao said with vicissitudes of emotion. These few years of guidance, they were not the only ones who improve. Wu Chengqiao could also clearly feel that Yi Yuan was improving. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's improvement speed was unimaginably fast. This was the scariest part. The longer it became, the more Wu Chengqiao felt that Yi Yuan's talent was terrifying. As for affinity, this benchmark, it was long already tossed to the back of his mind by him. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Your cultivation of Grade 1 basic heavenly pills has already approached consummation. You can start the cultivation of Grade 2 heavenly pills already." The moment Wu Chengqiao heard, he said, "Really?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Would I still lie to you? Go to your residence. I want to give you special training." Wu Chengqiao was ecstatic and did not suspect anything, repeatedly saying yes. The two arrived at Skywater Peak. Wu Chengqiao resided here. As a Grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist Protector, there was naturally a pill room in Wu Chengqiao's residence too. Wu Chengqiao had a look of excitement on his face as he said, "Elder Yi, how are you teaching me?" Yi Yuan casually beckoned his hand. A row of heavenly medicines landed on the table neatly. "You extract all of these heavenly medicines first," Yi Yuan said coolly. Wu Chengqiao looked at these heavenly medicines doubtfully and said in confusion, "Elder Yi, what heavenly pill can these heavenly medicines refine? I've never heard of it." Yi Yuan said solemnly, "This is an obscure kind of Grade 2 basic heavenly pill. That's why you don't need to know its origins. In a while, you just refine according to my instructions. I want to see what problems exist in your refinement of Grade 2 heavenly pills." When Wu Chengqiao heard that, he came to a sudden realization and said sincerely, "Brilliant, Elder Yi." Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and did not say anything. It was just that Yi Yuan could not help being amused in his heart. "In a while, you won't be calling me brilliant." Wu Chengqiao did as he said, extracting entirely all these heavenly medicines, and sending them into the medicine cauldron all at once. "Start refining pills." Yi Yuan talked on and on in a flow of eloquence, issuing one order after another. Wu Chengqiao was like a robot being controlled, operating frantically according to Yi Yuan's instructions. If it were before, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to complete these instructions. But now, he was actually able to keep up with Yi Yuan. This discovery made Wu Chengqiao wildly ecstatic. "Elder Yi is Elder Yi. My current alchemy path strength has improved too much compared to before. This is still just having cultivated Grade 1 basic heavenly pills. If I finish cultivating Grade 2 and 3 basic heavenly pills, I probably won't be far away from Grade 4 heavenly alchemist too." Wu Chengqiao thought in his heart. These few years, the growth in Wu Chengqiao's strength was crystal clear in his heart. It could be said to be a qualitative leap. When he refined grade 1 heavenly pills now, it could basically all reach 7th grade and above. Refining grade 2 heavenly pills could basically all reach 5th grade and above too. As for grade 3 heavenly pills, those that he could not refine in the past, he could refine them now. Those that he could refine in the past, their quality also improved greatly now. His current alchemy path strength was definitely not worse than Qin Shun. All these were due to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to Yi Yuan. When there's a chance in the future, I must repay Elder Yi. Wu Chengqiao made up his mind secretly. It was just that, he did not know that his chance to repay had already come. Wu Chengqiao's refinement went very smoothly. Very soon, the refinement was completed. Wu Chengqiao looked at Yi Yuan with a fidgety face and asked, "Elder Yi, I wonder if my refinement this time is still okay?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Whether it's okay or not, wouldn't you know when you open the furnace?" Wu Chengqiao nodded repeatedly and flipped his palm. He opened the furnace. Boom! A cloud of yellow smog gushed out. Wu Chengqiao was caught off guard and directly sucked in a deep mouthful. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fell stiffly to the ground, spasming endlessly. While Yi Yuan's figure had already disappeared. Looking at the smoke billowing on Skywater Peak, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This enhanced version of Windward Topple is really strong." Zhong Jianshou probably also didn't expect that Windward Topple could become so fierce, right? He, Sect Master, you miscalculated. Can a mere Han Qianyun stop me, Yi Yuan? Finished saying, his figure sped by, heading for Flowing Cloud Peak. On Skywater Peak, thick smoke billowed, virtually enveloping the entire mountain peak. What's going on? Just what the hell did Wu Chengqiao this fellow refine? On Skywater Peak, a protector directly collapsed on the ground before Finus. Plusing his sentence, convulsing endlessly. There were many protectors staying on Skywater Peak. However, after this smoke came out, it was condensed and did not disperse. Those protectors were all being alarmed. But as long as they touched this thick smoke, they directly fell to the ground and spasmed. Very soon, the commotion on Skywater Peak naturally attracted the attention of all Peak. Quick look! What's happening on Skywater Peak? I heard that the limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses on it all collapsed. Let's quickly go up and take a look. Not good. You all quickly look. That thick smoke is headed for Flowing Cloud Peak. Chapter 2596. Pandemonium. Chapter 2596. Pandemonium. Sect Master, this cloud of thick smoke is very formidable. We can't get close at all. I'm afraid that an enemy has attacked. A purple wing protector came to report. Feng Shuani's gaze turned slightly dark and he said in a cold voice, "Go and prepare quickly. Open the sect protecting Grand Array and meet the enemy." Yes. The purple wing protector received the order and left. At this time, the entire martial secure heavenly sect entered a state of combat readiness. Everyone was waiting eagerly for battle already, planning on dealing a painful strike to the invading enemy. Behind Feng Shuani, Luo Yunqing came out, Briming, with fighting intent as he said, "Sect Master, I'm going to Skywater Peak." But Feng Shuani shook his head and said, "Don't panic. The enemy's intention is unknown. If you launch an attack rashly, you'll likely fall into Siveness. This poison fog is very formidable. It has obviously been planned for a long time. There's probably already no survivor on Skywater Peak anymore." Luo Yunqing gritted his teeth lightly, his eyes full of killing intent. Right at this time, another person came to report, "Sect Master, things are bad. That thick smoke has gone with the wind, and it already floated to Flowing Cloud Peak." The moment Luo Yunqing heard, he could not endure it any more and said, "Sect Master, this poison fog doesn't dissipate when the wind blows. If we allow it to continue floating, I'm afraid that there is no need to wait for the enemy to attack. our martial secure heavenly sect will already be destroyed. Feng Shuani's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, "Go and inform all elders to go to Flowing Cloud Peak and await orders." Yes. That protector received the order and left. Wait. The protector had not left yet but was stopped by Feng Shuani again. "Just now you said Flowing Cloud Peak?" Feng Shuani said with a frown. The protector nodded his head and said, "Yes. Skywater Peak is located to the southeast of Flowing Cloud Peak. The northwest wind blows there all year round. The poisonous smoke has already drifted to Flowing Cloud Peak along with the northwest wind." Hoo ho ho hoo ha ha. When Feng Shuani heard that, he was taken back first, then smiled faintly, and turned into a peal of roaring laughter in the end. Luo Yunqing and the protector were baffled, not knowing why Feng Shuani laughed. "What's wrong, sect master?" Luo Yunqing frowned and said. Feng Shuani laughed until tears were almost coming out. Hearing that, he shook his head and said, "I'm laughing at how Yi Yuan's, that punk, methods are really formidable. This sect master refused to let him enter the land of exile, and so he turned the entire martial secure heavenly sect upside down." Luo Yunqing was stunned and said, "Yi Yuan? What does this have to do with him?" Feng Shuani's laughter gradually ceased, and he said with a cold snort, "What has it got to do with him? This punk must have long already calculated the wind direction, and then he cast poison on Skywater Peak. Then he let the poisonous smoke move with the wind and float toward Flowing Cloud Peak. Nice trick. Really excellent trick." The moment Luo Yunqing heard this, it suddenly dawned on him. But listening to it still felt fantastical. "Sect master, this isn't too likely, right? After all, Yi Yuan is just a grade 1 heavenly alchemist. So how can he possibly refine such a powerful poison?" Luo Yunqing said. Feng Shuani's expression became solemn and he said, "What you said is true too. This matter can't be slipshod. It's better we go to Flowing Cloud Peak to take a look at the situation first. You, quickly go and check on Yi Yuan's movements for me. After investigating clearly, tell me right away." Yes. That protector received the order and left. On Flowing Cloud Peak, powerhouses gathered. Even some elders who were reclusive and did not emerge were also alarmed. Currently, on Flowing Cloud Peak, just the Jade Sovereign Heaven Elders were as many as more than 20. A figure came down from Flowing Cloud Peak. Feng Shuani said with a frown, "How is it, Yunqing?" Luo Yunqing drew a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, "They are all fine. It's just that they are poisoned, their entire body spasming endlessly. Looking at the appearance, it should be windward topple." Feng Shuani was taken aback and said, "Windward topple? When did this poison become so powerful?" Windward topple poison had long already become renowned. The entire martial secure heavenly sect knew about it. It was just that they also knew that this poison could only paralyze below limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Limitless sublime heavenly stratums were immune to this poison. Luo Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, "Although their symptoms are the same as windward topple, this poison is indeed extremely powerful. Even when I went up, I also felt quite uncomfortable." "What? This? How is this possible?" Feng Shuani as well as the group of elders all had shocked expressions on their faces. They had never heard before that windward topple could actually be so powerful, able to even affect Jade's sovereign heaven powerhouses. Luo Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, "It can basically be ascertained that this matter was caused by Yi Yuan. When I found Han Qianyun, there was also a shoe print on his face. He was clearly stepped on by someone. The transmission array to enter the land of exile has already been touched by someone." By the side, S.H.I. plus Feiyu's expression could not help turning black. This Yi Yuan was really shameless to the extreme. Feng Shuani's expression was ugly too, but in his heart, he already approved of Luo Yunqing's judgment. Because when Han Qianyun let out the harsh words, he was hiding not far away. Han Qianyun said, or you could defeat me and step over my body. This D.A.M. and guy really did it. Feng Shuani covered his face with his hand. He was seriously unable to accept such a result. He already considered all possibilities and had never slackened off in these past few months too. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually caused such a huge commotion in order to enter the land of exile? This boy was really too frightening. If he really wanted to deal with the martial secure heavenly sect, they would probably be pretty much completely annihilated apart from the elders now. A lesser sublime heavenly stratum, this deterrence was also too terrifying. And right at this time, that protector who went to investigate Yi Yuan came back. How is it? Where did Yi Yuan go? Feng Shuani hurriedly asked. That protector said, today, after Elder Yi finished giving pointers to everyone's pill refinement, he said that he was going to teach Wu Chengqiao alone. Afterward, the two of them went up Skywater Peak, and no one saw him again. Feng Shuani's expression flickered indeterminately, and he gritted his teeth and said, Heh? A fine borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. Good, good, good. The three goods exuded endless helplessness. He calculated everything and also never expected that Yi Yuan actually used such an ingenious move. The elders and protectors present also could not muster up any temper. He already ran. Their bellies full of anger had nowhere to vent to. But this guy was really lawless and unbridled. In order to enter the land of exile, he sent the entire martial secure heavenly sect into pandemonium. That protector asked weakly, Sect Master, what should we do? Feng Shuani's expression was grim until it was almost dripping water. He snorted coldly and said, What else can we do? All elders listen up. You all go up the peak together and scatter the poisonous smoke. The rest, stay where you are and wait for orders. The poisonous smoke seemed to have grown roots, unable to disperse at all. Only elder-level Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could scatter it with their profound power. When Feng Shuani saw this scene, he was shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such terrifying strength. He naturally knew about the poison windward topple. But there definitely wasn't such a powerful windward topple. That could only mean that this thing was invented by Yi Yuan himself. He looked at Flowing Cloud Peak and said with a sigh, Scoundrelly punk, I hope that you can come back alive. No, wait. Maybe if you go to the land of exile, those wicked and ferocious villains will probably have a headache when they see you too, right? Chapter 2597. Killing People to Establish Awe. Chapter 2597. Killing People to Establish Awe. W.A.N.G. This white pine melody was discovered by our Ning Si city first. You guys dare to S.N.A.T.C.H it? Liangwen, is your brain freaking spoiled? Who will talk to you about who discovered it first in this land of exile? Whoever S.N.A.T.C. he's it first belongs to whom? Screw you. I will hack you to death. Am I scared of you? Brothers, kill for me. In the dense woods, two groups drew their swords against each other at a word of disagreement. Although both sides were all lesser sublime heavenly stratums, their combat strength was extremely intrepid. For some time they were locked in a struggle. Especially W.A.N.G. Tai and Liangwen, the two people exchanged dozens of moves in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. No one could get close. F*King H.E.L.L. If our Ning Si city can't get it, your resplendent Sun City can forget about getting it too. Zhang Yang, go and destroy the white pine melody for your father. Don't leave a single one behind. Liangwen gradually faltered in strength and fury immediately rose up in his heart, and he was going to destroy this stretch of white pine melody. White pine melody was a grade 1 heavenly medicine that was very hard to come across. With several dozen stalks appearing here all of a sudden, both sides naturally coveted it greatly. Having gotten the order, Zhang Yang forced his opponent back with a single saber blow and moved toward the white pine melody like lightning. His movement technique was extremely fast. His opponent could not catch up in time at all. Seeing the white pine melody in front of him, Zhang Yang raised his hand and dealt a saber blow. However, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Zhang Yang only felt a blur before his eyes, a figure already blocked in front. Bang! Before he could see his opponent clearly, his figure directly flew out. I didn't expect that the moment I came to the land of exile, I ran into so many white pine melody. My luck is really good. A youth in white played with the white pine melody in his hand, his face seemingly full of satisfaction. This youth in white was naturally the Yi Yuan who had just entered the land of exile not long ago. He was currently at a loss when he suddenly heard that there was the sound of fierce fighting over here, and he came over following the sound. But unexpectedly, he saw such a large stretch of white pine melody. This white pine melody was precisely a main medicine for the Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill, Yu Qi Dust Cleansing Heavenly Imperial Pill. But Yi Yuan's sudden arrival made both sides' fierce fighting come to an abrupt end. Yi Yuan started collecting the white pine melody unhurriedly and said nonchalantly, "You guys carry on. Don't need to care about me. I'll leave after collecting all of them." Both sides stopped fighting and quietly surrounded Yi Yuan in the middle, blocking all of his paths of retreat. "Heh heh, another brat who doesn't know life from death, W.A.N. Ji Tai said with a playful smile on his face. "Looking at this attire, it should be the martial secure heavenly sect, right? Looks like it's a fool who came in this time," Liang Wen said with a cold smile. "Brat, hand over the storage ring on you and kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Elder Brother Tai, I can spare your life and let you follow Elder Brother Tai in the future," W.A.N. Ji Tai said with a smile. Not only did W.A.N. Ji Tai and Liang Wen not get angry, but they also seemed to be very happy instead. The various sects' disciples that came to train in the land of exile would normally carry all sorts of treasures on them, which were much more valuable than the white pine melody. The various sect disciples who came to train were all cautious after entering, akin to treading on thin ice. This guy was good, directly running in front of 2 great factions to posture. How ridiculous! Since that was the case, they naturally would not be courteous either. They would kindly accept the treasures on Yi Yuan. With regards to everyone's encirclement, Yi Yuan remained indifferent. After collecting the white pine melody, he pointed at W.A.N. Ji Tai and said, "You come and tell me about the distribution of this land of exile's first level, and then kneel down and kowtow thrice and get lost." W.A.N. Ji Tai was stunned. This boy who came to train seemed to be somewhat different from the rest. Ugh. Seems like he was really a fool. "Ha ha ha, boy, you probably don't even know what's your surname, right? Making Elder Brother Tai, I kneel for you. Can you bear it?" W.A.N. Ji Tai said with a loud laugh. "Listen up, our big brother Tai is Resplendent Sun City's ranked 29th big shot. If you don't know what 29th place means, then let me tell you. His strength is invincible among your sect's lesser sublime heavenly stratums." "Punk, why haven't you knelt down to apologize for your offense?" The small fries immediately brought out W.A.N. Ji Tai's ident. 1. Tai, attempting to scare Yi Yuan. It was just that Yi Yuan was aloof and indifferent and said coolly, "You just kneel down. I can bear it." W.A.N. Ji Tai's gaze turned cold and he said, refusing face when it's given, "Since you're courting death yourself, then Big Brother Tai, I will send you off. Attack." Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus under W.A.N. Ji Tai's word of command, more than 10 figures rushed towards Yi Yuan. Liang Wenxing was afraid that the good stuff would be S.N. A.T.C. head by W.A.N. Ji Tai. So he also brought his men and rushed over. more than 20 upper and grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratums swarming over, their commotion was quite shocking. None of these people were mediocre. Those able to survive in the land of exile were all veterans of 100 battles. No one knew how much fresh blood had stained their hands. Their combat strength was far from what cultivation realm could measure. These people, even if it was just a small fry, they could also jump realms to battle when placed outside. With over 20 people dealing with one person, that feeling of oppression could only be imagined. However, Yi Yuan dodged in the crowd, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard. Occasionally flicking his finger, sabers and swords would slip out of the hand directly. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Liang Wen slashed over with a saber. Yi Yuan turned sideways slightly and guided with his fingertip. Liang Wen staggered and could not pull his saber back in time. This blade just happened to stab right through W.A.N.G. Tai. W.A.N.G. Tai did not dare to believe everything that happened before his eyes until death. How could a trial taker be so strong? It turned out that he was that fool. W.A.N.G. Tai's eyes gradually dimmed, completely losing consciousness. How can it be like this? So strong. He hasn't even attacked and W.A.N.G. Tai already died? This trial taker is different from the others. Liang Wen similarly had a look of disbelief. He could not quite imagine that his blade actually killed W.A.N.G. Tai so easily. That blade just now, he seemed to have been bewitched, thrusting it out involuntarily. The timing was just right. It was as if W.A.N.G. Tai himself got tired of living, colliding onto the edge of his saber. One had to know, he was evenly matched in strength with W.A.N.G. Tai. Even if he wanted to kill the opponent, it had to at least be after several hundred moves too. He's not saying anything. So why don't you tell me then? Yi Yuan said coolly. Why yes. Why your excellency, spare my life. Liang Wen let go of his saber and directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan. The others knelt down one after another. The land of exile did not have any rules at all. Whoever's fist was harder, whoever would be the boss. The people here also had ways of seeking death. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest psychological burden in killing any one of them. Yi Yuan said coolly, I don't like to kill people, but I'm not afraid of killing people too. What happens will depend on your performance. Liang Wen hurriedly kowtowed incessantly and said, Your Excellency, just ask away. This lowly one will definitely spill everything that I know. Very soon, Liang Wen introduced the Land of Exile's first level's forces. Land of Exile, each major cultivation realm lived on a level. The first level was the place where lesser sublime heavenly stratums were at. If one reached greater sublime heavenly stratum, they would ascend to the next level. The first level had 10 great factions, gathered in 10 cities respectively. The 10 cities were ruled by 10 sovereigns respectively. Friction would often occur among them. Chapter 2598. Taken over by me. Chapter 2598. Taken over by me. In the land of exile, no one would look at how your cultivation realm was. Because here, for someone to jump realms in a battle, it was too normal. A grand completion lesser sublime heaven being finished off by an upper lesser sublime heaven, this sort of thing was very common. In fact, there were even precedents of grand completion powerhouses being finished off by middle lesser sublime heavens. As for the sovereigns of these 10 great cities, they had practically reached the limits of lesser sublime heavenly stratum already. As long as they were willing, they could break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum at any time. But ascending to the next level, they could only be the small fries. Therefore, they would rather not ascend. But it was said that these 10 people's combat power already rivaled greater sublime heavenly stratums. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Okay, then take me to Resplendent Sun City. Liang Wen and the rest naturally did not dare to refuse and could only bring Yi Yuan into Resplendent Sun City. This place originally did not have a city. Later on, the number of people who were captured increased, giving birth to all kinds of factions. Hence, there were gradually cities. This place did not have too many rules. A big fist was the absolute principle. Regarding this point, Yi Yuan had already heard about it before coming. Entering the city, Yi Yuan immediately attracted the attention of countless people. It's an outsider. Looking at his appearance, he seems like a martial secure heavenly sex disciple. Heh boy, just came out to experience the world, right? To actually dare swagger your way into the city like this, hand over the items on your body. Pfft. A grand completion level powerhouses saw Yi Yuan and thought that he was easy to bully, so he came up to show off and posture. In the end, before he finished talking, he was split apart by Liang Wen with one slash. Liang Wen spat and said disdainfully, "Hand over your ASSDAM. N blind thing to actually dare offend His Excellency. What are you looking at? Get lost to one side, keep posturing and the outcome will be the same as him." He was somewhat doubtful. Was this fool stupid or not? Liang Wen was following behind like a grandson, and yet he actually dared to come up and posture. Sure enough, a saber swinging down, the world became quiet. Everyone looked toward Yi Yuan with looks of surprise, extremely shocked. Liang Wen was Resplendent Sun City's bitshot, an existence whose strength ranked in the top 30. If even he became a follower, this martial secure heavenly sect disciple was so impressive. Which place has the most people? Yi Yuan asked. Liang Wen hurriedly moved closer and said, "Resplendent Sun Plaza. Lead the way." Liang Wen trotted to the front and led the way for Yi Yuan. Before long, they arrived at an open square. Yi Yuan swept a glance and discovered that there were indeed streams of people on the plaza, and was quite satisfied. Under Liang Wen's puzzled gaze, Yi Yuan slowly walked towards the center of the plaza. His subordinate had a puzzled look on his face and asked, "Big Brother One, this guy is being secretive. What does he want to do?" Liang Wen rolled his eyes and said crossly, "How would I know? However, our little lives are saved at any rate." The subordinates had looks of approval on their faces, feeling like they had just made a trip to and fro the gates of H.E.L.L. And right at this time, Yi Yuan arrived at the center of the square and said loudly, "From now on, Resplendent Sun City will be taken over by me. Within 3 days, the top 100 powerhouses in the city who don't come and submit will be killed without mercy." Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a bolt out of the blue, reverberating throughout the entire Resplendent Sun City. When Liang Wen and the rest heard it, they could not help being stunned. Terrific fellow. This was really domineering. What is he saying? I didn't hear it wrongly, right? This boy is probably a lunatic who turned silly from cultivation, right? Did he come to train or seek death? Hoo, what a joke. A series of ridiculing voices came over from the plaza. Regarding Yi Yuan's declaration, no one felt that it was very domineering, they just found it funny. Over the years, there were some who challenged city lords, and also those who challenged the top 10 powerhouses. But no one dared to challenge the top 100 powerhouses so arrogantly at the same time. The top 100 represented the entire Resplendent Sun City. This person was declaring war on the entire Resplendent Sun City. This was not domineering, this was courting death. Ha ha ha, martial secure heavenly sex punk. Do you feel that the land of exile is too boring and specially came to make jokes? I'm Resplendent Sun City's 85th place Jiao Duo. I won't submit to you. Try killing me for me to see. Jiao Duo said with a loud laugh. In the crowd, Liang Wen rolled his eyes and said, "Idiot?" Sure enough, his voice had yet to fade, only to see a streak of cold light flash past. Jiao Duo was decapitated. From start to end, Yi Yuan did not even look at him. The loud laughter abruptly stopped. They could not laugh anymore. This guy's strength was too horrifying. This. How can he be this strong? Is he really a sect disciple? When did Marshall Secure Heavenly Sect produce such a monster? No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It turns out that he really had his reliance. It's just that, he probably doesn't know about the terror of the land of exile yet, right? Yi Yuan's strength made everyone incredibly alarmed and terrified. But while they were surprised, they did not agree with Yi Yuan's approach. The guys who were ranked higher, their strength became more terrifying. Killing Jiao Duo with a single sword, the top 20 powerhouses could all accomplish it. However, this also showed that Yi Yuan was equipped with the strength of the top 20. In the crowd, Liang Wen did not immediately come out to express surrender. He knew that someone would come very soon. The land of exile was such a bloody place. If you dared to come forward, you would be killed. Let alone someone as arrogant as Yi Yuan? According to Liang Wen's estimation, Yi Yuan's strength was far from just top 20. He definitely had the strength of top 10. It was just that which ranking in the top 10 was hard to say. Therefore, he was waiting to see. Stepping forward at this time to submit, if Yi Yuan lost, he would be screwed. Having lived in the land of exile for so long, one naturally had to know the way of protecting personal interest and staying out of trouble. Those who did not understand it had long turned cold. Hoo, Resplendent Sun City really hasn't been so lively for a long time. Now, any random Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to jump out. At this time, a figure walked out of the crowd. It's the 19th place Quickblade, Qiu Qingji. There's a show to watch now. The moment this person appeared, he was immediately identified by people. Yi Yuan did not even look up and said coolly, "Do you choose to submit or die?" The moment Qiu Qingji heard, he was amused. He laughed and said, "I choose you die." Amidst the laughter, his blade was already out of its sheath. People only saw things in a blur, unable to see the trajectory of the blade at all. The name of Quickblade was displayed in its entirety at this moment. His blade became faster. Liang Wen exclaimed. However, in the next second everyone was petrified. Clank, clank, clank. Sparks from metal class HI+ ing continuously set off in the S.P.A.C. around Yi Yuan, only to see Qiu Qingji's figure moving around constantly. While Yi Yuan did not move a muscle from beginning to end, he did not even make a move. Rays of sword energy wandered around Yi Yuan non-stop. In an instant, Qiu Qingji had moved no idea to how many locations and unleashed G.O.D. knows how many cuts. But he could not get close at all. Liang Wen's eyes were full of astonishment. The subordinate said in shock, Big Brother One, this guy is also too monstrous, right? Quickblade Qiu Qingji actually can't even force him to make a move? Liang Wen smiled bitterly and said, that's aura perception. He doesn't need to take action at all. As long as Qiu Qingji enters his domain, there will be sword energy exchanging blows with him of its own accord. Chapter 2599. Bullying with Numbers. Chapter 2599. Bullying with Numbers. The subordinate said in shock, then, isn't it unsolvable? But Liang Wen shook his head and said, not unsolvable, but that Qiu Qingji's blade isn't fast enough. Quickblade was not fast enough. This was perhaps the greatest irony. Poo. All of a sudden, sword light flashed past. Qiu Qingji was struck by several swords in an instant, landing miserably. Blade technique is decent, but it's just a pity that it isn't there yet. Yi Yuan said coolly. Blade intent and sword intent were both at the first level of rule. Qiu Qingji was completely defeated. Qiu Qingji struggled to get up and knelt in front of Yi Yuan and said, Qiu Qingji, thanks your excellency for your grace of not killing, I'm willing to follow your excellency. Yi Yuan said coolly, get up, wait at one side. Qiu Qingji did not dare to disobey, and got up to stand at one side droopily. Humph! What a trouze! Plus Qiu Qingji, you're really declining the longer you live. Since you've lost, why aren't you dead? Right at this time, a cold snort came from the crowd. The piercing cold spear intent seemed to have come out of the underworld, locking onto Qiu Qingji firmly. Qiu Qingji's expression changed wildly, and he exclaimed, "Absolute spear, Jing Tianyang." This spear carried an imposing momentum that dominated the whole world but was also unpredictable. People could not even detect where the spear was at. Number 10, Jing Tianyan. He came too. What a strong spear. He's going to kill Qiu Qingji. Qiu Qingji is to be killed when he was the first to submit. This is slapping face. Those present were not fools. Someone immediately guessed Jing Tianyang's intentions. It was just that up until now, it was all just hearsay without seeing the person. Suddenly, there was a blur before everyone's eyes. An ice-blue long spear already appeared 3 feet in front of Qiu Qingji. 3 feet, for a spear technique that pressed forward indomitably, it was just a matter of a single breath. This already determined Qiu Qingji's death. Universe! In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he already blocked in front of Qiu Qingji. Boom! An intense explosion sound came over. Jing Tianyang's figure fell back over a dozen steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. While Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. Jing Tianyang's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan full of dread. His indomitable strike was actually blocked by Yi Yuan. Furthermore, it was when his spear momentum reached its pinnacle and clashed head-on to forcibly block it. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently standing with his hands behind his back as he looked at him indifferently and said, "Spear technique is not bad. But you can't arouse my interest. Submit or die." Yi Yuan naturally did not come here to dominate the resplendent Sun City. He did it in order to borrow the hands of these powerhouses to temper himself. These ferocious and wicked people who were veterans were absolutely the best opponents for training. But that also depended on who the opponent was. At least, the top 10 had already taken the stage, but Yi Yuan did not have the interest of making his move. Jing Tianyang was very strong, but he still could not arouse his interest. Jing Tianyang's expression flickered indeterminately. Finally, he cupped his fists and gave a bow as he said, "Jing Tianyang is willing to submit." Not submitting was death. That blow just now, the victor was already determined. There was no need to fight anymore. While he was a great deal stronger than Qiu Qingji, it was also merely just forcing Yi Yuan to leave where he was standing. If they really clashed, he would definitely die within 3 moves. Jing Tianyang was not a fool either. So why would he seek death himself? It was just that this scene looked incomparably shocking in everyone's eyes. Talking about it was slow, but actually, from Jing Tianyang opening his mouth to being repelled back, it was merely 3 breaths of time. Many people still had not figured out what was going on and it already ended. A second ago, Jing Tianyang was still mocking Qiu Qingji for being a good-for-nothing. In the next second, he himself submitted too. Really a comical scene. It was just that no one laughed. On the contrary, they were deeply shocked. Even the 10th place Jing Tianyang could not last a single move under Yi Yuan's hands. Just how strong was he? After Jing Tianyang, it was immediately much quieter. No one came out anymore. Yi Yuan was still seated on the ground, waiting for the next challenger. 2 hours later, 6 figures walked out of the crowd, surrounding Yi Yuan. These 6 people, each of them had threatening and imposing auras. The appearance of these 6 people made everyone seethe with excitement all at once. Number 9, Zhou Jian. Number 8, Qian Yuhuai. Number 7, Luo Zhen. Number 6, Ling Xia. Number 5, Ling Bu. Number 4, Zhao Qindong. 6 of the top 10 powerhouses came all at once. Too exciting. Too explosive. Didn't expect that this outsider can actually force 6 people in the top 10 to join forces. Furthermore, these 6 people's strengths are not close. Each of them is extremely stronger than the last. It looks like the 6 of them don't have the confidence to win for sure too. That's why they chose to join forces. The land of exile was never a place that obeyed rules. The creed here was the fist. When they felt that they might not be able to defeat you, they would join forces to kill the enemy without the slightest hesitation. One-on-one did not exist. The 6 people got into position, with their killing intent already linked up together. Although the 6 of them had never joined forces before, amidst the endless killing, their control of killing intent had long already reached the acme of perfection. So when cooperating, it would not seem unsmooth. The 5th place Lingbu said in a solemn voice, "Outsider, you're very strong. But you're too arrogant. In the land of exile, arrogant people only have one outcome. That's death." The 7th place Luozhen said with a cold laugh, "Hoo-hoo, punk, do you think that this place is the same as outside, and that we'll come and challenge you one-on-one? What a joke." Seeing the arrival of these 6 people, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said with a smile, "I can feel that you guys are very strong. I hope that you guys won't let me down." Luozhen sneered and said, "We won't let you down. We'll be sending you on your way. Kill." With a word, the 6 people launched an attack at the same time. That commotion made the faces of everyone present change. The cooperation of the 6 was simply brilliant to the peak. No one could have imagined that this was actually their first time joining hands against an enemy. The rules that the 6 people were skilled in were different, but cooperating together, it was like nature itself, as if completely covering this world. And everything inside would be crushed. So strong. The combined attack of the 6 of them should be able to forcefully contend with the 3rd place Di Xing, right? That boy was too haughty. With these 6 people working together, even a greater sublime heavenly stratum will pale in comparison too. With just him alone, can he stop them? The battle has ended. This boy's talent was really wasted. The 6 people's perfect cooperation attracted a series of exclamations. However, the cooperation was secondary. These 6 people's strength by itself already reached the limits of lesser sublime heavenly stratum. As long as they were willing, they could break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum at any time. Furthermore, their application of rule already reached the level of instinct. Right at the tip of their fingers. That spear strike of Jing Tianyang would definitely be instantly crushed under these 6 people's combined attack. It was not on the same level at all. Therefore, in their view, Yi Yuan was dead without a doubt. Facing such a powerful attack, Yi Yuan's face revealed a smile and he said, "Not bad. This makes it a little interesting. This land of exile indeed has tigers crouching and dragons hiding." He felt a strong pressure. With 6 people joining forces, it was truly a thunderbolt blow. But this also triggered his powerful fighting intent. Chapter 2600, Secretly Learning. Chapter 2600, Secretly Learning Universe. Dual Polarity. 4 symbols. Yi Yuan's sword art swept out one move after another. However, facing the suppression of 6 great experts, Yi Yuan was still somewhat in a strained situation. Especially facing the 4th place Zhao Qindong, he gave Yi Yuan tremendous pressure. The experts of the land of exile, their talent might not be as strong as the outside world's expert. But the slaughter that they experienced shook the outside world powerhouses off by more than 10 streets. Fighting was already fused in their blood. In this place, not fighting meant death. That Zhao Qindong used the sword too. But the path that he took was extremely different from others. Each time he unleashed a sword strike, it was like an old lady swinging a sword. It was unbelievably slow. However, each of his slashes would appear at your most uncomfortable place. Seemingly slow but in reality fast. With regards to Zhao Qindong, Yi Yuan was incomparably surprised too. He deduced the Tao of fast and slow of sword art to the extreme. Just a quick sword naturally did not count as anything. But the Tao of fast and slow was similarly a perfect cycle. In other words, Zhao Chendong's sword technique was similarly a deduction of Great Tao. The Great Tao of Universe was integrated into Yi Yuan's sword art, being all-encompassing. It was naturally stronger than Zhao Chendong's. It was just that the others were not easy to deal with either, and could compensate for Zhao Chendong's inadequacies very well. Yi Yuan fell into a bitter fight. However, this scene still shocked everyone. His sword technique is actually even stronger than Zhao Chendong's. This boy is fighting 6 people by himself. His strength can probably squeeze into the top 3 already. When did Martial Secure Heavenly Sect produce such a monster? In the beginning, Yi Yuan's action was just talking big to impress people in everyone's eyes. But now, no one went to laugh at him anymore. Even if he could not rival 6 people, his strength obtained sufficient proof too. In the crowd, 2 figures were currently chatting about something. A man in black clothing said, "Ho, I was wondering how capable he was. It looks like it's only this and nothing more too." Beside him, a man in green clothes stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "His strength shouldn't be just this." The man in black said in surprise, "How so?" The man in green clothing said, "To dare provoke the powerhouses in the entire city like this, it's either a fool or their strength is extremely formidable. You look at his appearance. Does he look like a fool?" The man in black frowned and said, "You're saying that he's the same as us, grasping 2 or more power of rules. But he doesn't have the advantage right now. Why doesn't he use his full strength yet?" The man in green smiled and said, "He's naturally tempering his sword art. Regarding Zhao Chendong's 6 people's strength, they are neither high nor low. They are just nicely a piece of decent wedding stone. And this is probably precisely his goal of coming to the land of exile, right?" The man in black said disdainfully, "Just the likes of a sect disciple also has this thinking and strength? I don't believe it. This land of exile, how many sect disciples have come in to train before? Didn't they all become deceased souls under our blades? This boy is naturally no exception either." The man in green smiled and did not speak. Amidst the fierce fighting, Yi Yuan's sword seemed to be getting slower and slower. That tempo showed some signs of approaching Zhao Chendong. And this change made the originally saleable universe actually reveal quite a number of flaws. Yi Yuan also suffered quite a few injuries because of this. How could Zhao Chendong not understand Yi Yuan's thoughts? He then said disdainfully, "Imitating others and losing one's own individuality, incurring the ridicule of experts. This sword art was only honed through my countless life and death instances. How could it be learned overnight? This is sharpening one's spear on the eve of battle. Don't you feel that it's too late?" Lingbu also said with a cold smile. With regards to Yi Yuan's approaching of secretly learning, everyone turned their noses up in disdain. But to the 6 great experts, they were naturally happy to see it happen. They just had to kill the opponent. As for how he died, they did not care. The most worthless thing in this place was human lives. Yi Yuan's universe was all-inclusive. But it was just a framework. The more things contained in universe, the more complex it would be, and the stronger it would get. Zhao Chendong's Tao of fast and slow undoubtedly gave Yi Yuan a new train of thought. Integrating fast and slow sword Tao into universe would definitely greatly increase its power. But saying and doing were 2 different things. Just as Zhao Chendong said, this was only honed through his countless life and death instances. How could it be comprehended so easily? Let alone that he even had to fuse it into the universe sword Tao. But Zhao Chendong still underestimated Yi Yuan. His universe sword Tao was extremely high level to begin with, and fast and slow sword Tao was just a part of it. Operating from a strategically advantageous position, it was not far beyond reach for Yi Yuan to comprehend it. Coupled with that, this kind of comprehension amidst life and death forced Yi Yuan to do his utmost. Yi Yuan's universe was gradually started reaching grand completion again. Zhao Qindong had clearly detected Yi Yuan's transformation too. His expression changed wildly as he said, "Not good. This guy's sword Dao is going to be perfected even more. This brat is going to defy the heavens." Yi Yuan was riddled with wounds, but a faint smile hung on his face as he said, "Imitating others and losing one's own individuality, is it? Hu, looking on the account of the fast and slow sword Dao, I'll spare your lives." Great Dao returning to one. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's sword light radiated brilliantly. It was still that universe, but there was the additional change of fast and slow tempo in it. This sword was truly strange to the extreme. Zhao Qindong and the rest unleashed all of their abilities and were unable to block the edge of this sword too. Chi. The 6 people were directly struck by the sword light and flew out. One sword defeating 6 powerhouses. When the man in black saw this scene, he was immediately stunned. Is this guy a freak? Secretly learning in the midst of battle and integrating it into his own sword Dao. Freaking this is also too monstrous. A hint of surprise flashed across in the eyes of the man in azure clothes too, and he said, "Such a stonies. Plus incomprehension ability." Although his sword Dao was stronger than Zhao Qindong's, fast and slow sword Dao is another facet of sword Dao. It doesn't just link with his sword Dao. He can actually comprehend the sword Dao within such a short time and fuse it into his own sword Dao. Truly monstrous. In his view, Yi Yuan was planning on using these few people to temper his sword Dao, and then to use his trump card to defeat the opponents in the end. Who knew that Yi Yuan directly comprehended sword Dao in the middle of the fight? The man in black said, "He Yunxiang, it's your turn to take the stage. If you lose to him, I'll directly surrender." This man in black was none other than precisely Resplendent Sun City's rank 3, Di Xing. And the man in green was the second place He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang did not speak. Walking out of the crowd, he walked straight toward Yi Yuan. Di Xing chuckled and said, "Looks like it's another fierce struggle between 2 evenly matched opponents. If it's He Yunxiang, he should be able to force out all of his strength, right?" He Yunxiang coming in front of Yi Yuan immediately caused a commotion. It's He Yunxiang. There's a good show to watch now. He Yunxiang fused 2 kinds of power of rules. His combat power is unparalleled. I wonder, between him and this boy, who's stronger? Rubus. Plus of course it's He Yunxiang. You have to know, he's a powerhouse who has been a city lord before. If not for Changsun Xingyu's sudden emergence later on, he'd be this Resplendent Sun City's #1. Chapter 2601. Changsun Xingyu. Chapter 2601. Changsun Xingyu, I, Resplendent Sun's #2, He Yunxiang, am willing to submit to your excellency. He Yunxiang arrived in front of Yi Yuan and gave a deep bow, uttering words that shocked everyone. Di Xing was immediately stupefied on the spot. He thought that He Yunxiang went to find Yi Yuan to fight it out. But who knew that he actually yielded right away? "Big brother, have some backbone, all right? You're #2 at any rate." Sure enough, with his sentence, the entire city exploded. Is there a mistake? He Yunxiang actually directly submitted? Shouldn't need to go so far, right? Although that boy won, he won with great difficulty. It's impossible for He Yunxiang to not even be able to beat the few of them. He Yunxiang admitted defeat. Doesn't that mean that that boy is going to directly face off against Changsun Xingyu? They did not dare to believe it. He Yunxiang actually did not have any backbone at all, directly conceding defeat before even fighting. In their view, Yi Yuan was so arrogant, Di Xing and He Yunxiang should not have let him go. In fact, the 2 people joining hands was also not impossible. Expectedly, he actually yielded. Yi Yuan looked at He Yunxiang and said coolly, "Your strength isn't weak. Don't you want to have a match?" He Yunxiang said, "This He's strength isn't weak, but I know that your excellency didn't use your full strength." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Who's number one?" He Yunxiang was taken aback and said, "Chang Sun Xingyu." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, 3 days later, if Chang Sun Xingyu doesn't show up, you go and tear down the city Lord Manor. He Yunxiang's expression changed, a hint of surprise flashed. H.I.+ing across in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan saw through his plan with one glance. Indeed, he dreaded Yi Yuan a lot. But he directly submitted because he still had other plans. He planned on making use of Yi Yuan to go and deal with Chang Sun Xingyu. If Yi Yuan won, there would naturally be nothing wrong with his surrender. If he lost, it would not have been much of a loss to him. But Yi Yuan had clearly seen through his thoughts. Yi Yuan made him go and tear down the city Lord Manor. It was to make him go and be the vanguard. Once he really made a move, that would be tantamount to losing all decorum. He Yunxiang completely did not expect that this sect disciple, who looked very inexperienced, would actually be so experienced and cunning. I obey your order. He Yunxiang hesitated for a bit, but still agreed. He kept having a feeling, when he faced Yi Yuan, it was like facing Chang Sun Xingyu back then. In fact, it was even more terrifying than Chang Sun Xingyu. This was the instinct of an expert. It did not make sense, but it was very accurate. Just like how Yi Yuan knew that his strength was uncommon without exchanging blows with him, it was the same logic. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, He Yunxiang still chose to submit to Yi Yuan. But when his actions and conduct landed in Di Xing's eyes, it shook his heart greatly. He was just surprised for a moment just now, and then he understood He Yunxiang's goal. But who knew that after Yi Yuan compelled, He Yunxiang still chose to submit? This was too surprising. Could it be that this guy was really so formidable? After repeated hesitation, Di Xing also came before Yi Yuan and said with clasped hands, "Resplendent Sun City's number 3, Di Xing, is willing to submit to your excellency." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Amen, since you chose to submit too, you should go together with He Yunxiang then." The corners of Di Xing's mouth twitched slightly, but he still answered, "Yes." With these 3 people taking the lead, how could the others in the top 100 dare to not submit? Those people came out one after another, expressing their surrender to Yi Yuan. Everyone fell into shock. This sect disciple came to Resplendent Sun City for less than half a day and completely brought 99 out of the top 100 people into submission. This kind of strength truly took people's breath away in astonishment. One had to know, the powerhouses of the land of exile were not born so powerful. They only gradually became stronger in the midst of countless life and death battles. But the moment Yi Yuan entered, he was already strong to such an extent? Then how great was his potential? 3 days said in a flash. Yi Yuan waited for 3 days, but Chang Sun Xingyu did not arrive. Then, he could only go and find himself. Words that were said and water that was spilled naturally could not be taken back. Chang Sun Xingyu has already not made a move for 10 years. 10 years ago, 10 of me added together wouldn't even be his match. As for how strong he is now oh, body knows. Your Excellency, do you really want to challenge him? He Yunxiang said with a solemn expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's not to challenge him. It's that those who don't submit kill." He came to conquer the first level of the land of exile. The people who were exiled here all had ways of seeking death. Yi Yuan already gave the chance. Since Chang Sun Xingyu did not know how to cherish, then he would not be courteous. While the expressions of He Yunxiang and the rest turned somber, and did not dare to say anything. City Lord Manor was not luxurious. In reality, in this SPAC where the weak were prey to the strong, people would not pursue luxury. What they pursued was ultimate power. because these people all understood that luxury would only make them go downhill. Even this resplendent Sun City's #1 person could not slack off in the slightest too. Otherwise, they would be replaced by others very soon. He Yunxiang Di Xing, Yi Yuan said coolly. These two people were full of unwillingness, but at this time it was already not up to them anymore. If they did not make a move, it would be fighting. But the consequences of battle would have to be borne by themselves. The two exchanged a glance and made a move at the same time. The two people each unleashed a palm. The commotion was extremely shocking. Even a hint of appreciation flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes too. But right at this time, a palm wind fluttered out of the city lord manor, directly class. Hi+ing with He Yunxiang two people. Boom. The two people spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, figures flying out backward. A young man in a blue Hi+RT stood with his hands behind his back and walked out of the city lord manor. A hint of astonishment was revealed in He Yunxiang two people's eyes. Changsun Xingyu. This guy became significantly stronger again than 10 years ago. Di Xing said. He Yunxiang clutched his chest and said in a solemn voice, "The 10 great city lords will have a Tao debate every year. Only they themselves know who won and who lost. Looks like Changsun Xingyu improved significantly in these 10 years. The 10 great city lords were this land of exile's first levels overlords. They already had no opponents. Sparring with the people below was just a waste of time. Hence, among these 10 great city lords, they would host a Tao debate every year. But this Tao debate would never be made public. How terrifying these 10 people's strength was, only they themselves knew. Looking at it now, this Changsun Xingyu's strength was more than a magnitude stronger again than 10 years ago. Repelling 2 powerhouses with a palm. This strength, probably even 30 He Yunxiangs would not be a match anymore as well. Changsun Xingyu strolled out and said coolly, "Boy, your talent is pretty good. I gave you the chance. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hel. L has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. Since you're courting death, then I can't be blamed." There was a confidence that considered everything and everyone beneath his notice on Changsun Xingyu's face. As the city lord, with such a major thing happening in the city, it was naturally impossible for him to not know. But him not coming already showed an attitude. He was disdainful to take action against Yi Yuan. Or should he say, Yi Yuan was not worthy of making him take action. But Yi Yuan launching an attack on the city lord manor was another matter altogether. Yi Yuan looked at Changsun Xingyu and said coolly, "Is that so?" These words were precisely what I was going to say to you. Chapter 2602. Can't continue posturing anymore. Chapter 2602. Can't continue posturing anymore. With 2 great supreme powerhouses confronting each other, it made everyone's breathing become ragged. One was a veteran overlord, a saber god of his generation who had once dragged He Yunxiang down the horse. The other was a new king who challenged the entire resplendent Sun City with one sword. To which direction these two people's fight would develop, it stirred up everyone's nerves. Back then, He Yunxiang and Changsun Xingyu fought fiercely for 300 rounds before they barely managed to determine the victor. Now, Changsun Xingyu defeated him with a light palm. The two are already not on the same level anymore. 10 years of Tao debate, Changsun Xingyu has already been reborn anew. No matter how formidable this boy is, it's also impossible to be Changsun Xingyu's match anymore. The striking impressiveness of this palm immediately let everyone realize Changsun Xingyu's terror. Although Yi Yuan was powerful, it was impossible to reach Changsun Xingyu's height. After all, that battle previously where Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 6, he barely managed to win 2. Changsun Xingyu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Brat, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I'll only unleash 1 saber cut. If you can block it and not die, I, Changsun Xingyu, will leave you with an intact corpse." The words were full of contempt. In his view, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to block his saber cut. Even if he blocked it, he would be seriously injured on the verge of death too. Then he would grant him death. Everyone's expressions turned fearful, feeling Changsun Xingyu's killing intent. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said indifferently, "This saber cut of yours, I'll receive it. If it can harm me, I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Hiss! Domineering! There were already glints and flashes of cold steel in these two people's speeches. Changsun Xingyu gave a cold laugh and said, "Sect disciples like you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Forget it. Since you're wholeheartedly seeking death, I'll send you off then." His voice had yet to fade and Changsun Xingyu moved. Only to see him take a step out, the saber intent on his body billowed straight to the sky. Amidst this sharp and fierce saber intent actually even had other power of rules mixed inside. The rule of life. The rule of death. These two great rules fused perfectly together with Changsun Xingyu's saber intent, forming into one ent. One tie. Everyone's countenance changed visibly. Under the coercion of this saber intent, they actually fell back without prior agreement. They could not withstand this saber intent. Even He Yunxiang and Di Xing could not withstand it either. He Yunxiang's face was first shocked, following that was a bitter smile. "I didn't expect that in 10 years, his life and death saber intent has actually already been perfected to this point. It's already akin to heaven and earth between me and him. Looks like I gambled wrongly this time," He Yunxiang said with a bitter smile. Di Xing said in shock, "Didn't expect that Changsun Xingyu's talent was so strong. Looks like even if that boy has hidden means, it's also impossible to be his match anymore. Let alone that Changsun Xingyu is a minor realm higher than him." He Yunxiang had a firm look as he said, "If he doesn't make a move within 3 steps, he won't have the chance to make a move any longer. With this saber cut, he'll definitely die." Di Xing nodded slightly, expressing his approval. Because Changsun Xingyu was a CCU. Mulating momentum. Once the saber momentum was formed, it would be a heaven-exterminating power. Yi Yuan absolutely could not stop it. While talking, Changsun Xingyu took another step. The saber intent rose again. This rise directly doubled. Under this saber intent suppression, everyone retreated again and again. Everyone's faces became incomparably solemn. Only Yi Yuan remained unmoving. He did not seem to feel this saber intent and did not have the intention of using his sword. He just looked at Changsun Xingyu quietly like this. He Yunxiang shook his head and said, "This boy is still lacking in knowledge and experience in the end. Not making a move at this time, he won't have the chance to make a move any longer." Di Xing said, "Fool, what is this guy thinking in his head? Not making a move at this time, is he going to wait until his saber momentum is achieved, then take action?" Changsun Xingyu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Boy, your composure is pretty good. But if I take this final step, you won't have the chance to live anymore. Are you sure that you want to wait?" He was extremely confident in his saber momentum. Although he did not plan on using his full strength, the saber momentum of 3 steps was sufficient to kill Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan heard that, he just smiled faintly and said, "If I don't let you posture to your heart's content, you won't feel satisfied too. Bring it on." Changsun Xingyu's face turned black and killing intent immediately arose. This boy was not looking for abuse in an ordinary way. Even He Yunxiang, they all were also stunned. Witnessing Changsun Xingyu's heaven-defying combat power, this guy could still be so cheeky? Could it be that he really had some reliance? But, thinking about it, He Yunxiang still denied this notion. Changsun Xingyu's success was not just the countless times of life and death fights. His talent itself was also extremely monstrous. That was how he had today's achievements. And Yi Yuan should be the talented type of powerhouse. Compared to fighting, Changsun Xingyu shook him off by more than 10 streets. Therefore, even if the two were similarly talented, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to be Changsun Xingyu's match too. Just as everyone was shocked at Yi Yuan's ignorance, Changsun Xingyu took the third step. This third step, it doubled the momentum again on the foundation of the second step. The saber intent at this time had already condensed until it was corporeal, fearsome until it made people's heads tingle. Changsun Xingyu gave a cold snort and said, "Brat, today, I'll use my saber to tell you that the price of wild arrogance is death." Finished saying, Changsun Xingyu took out a saber from G.O. D knows where, and a saber cut left. This saber cut was silent. Everything seemed to be at a standstill. Everyone only felt a life and death samsara intent, lingering in their hearts. Although this saber intent was not directed at him, they were all greatly affected. As if they had died and lived again, lived and died again. That horror of pacing back and forth between life and death almost made them asphyxiate. And the Yi Yuan who was in the center of the storm, the pressure that he was enduring could be imagined. However, in the instant that Changsun Xingyu unleashed his saber, there was finally a change on Yi Yuan's body. Universe. Sword formation. 3 power of rules instantly hovered beside Yi Yuan. Rays of sword light became illusory. It turned into a domain around Yi Yuan. Not sword intent, but a sword formation that condensed and formed after 3 kinds of power of rules fused. Changsun Xingyu was currently being pleased with himself. When he saw this change, his expression could not help changing wildly. But at this time, it was already too late to pull back the saber momentum. He was not prepared to pull back the saber too. Boom! The life and death saber intent erupted with tremendous energy when it faced off against the universe sword formation, directly sending everyone flying out. Many people were even crushed into meat paste by the sword intent and saber intent that scattered flying everywhere. This strike was utterly fearsome. Yi Yuan and Changsun Xingyu each fell back several dozen steps before barely managing to stabilize their figures. The two people were evenly matched. Changsun Xingyu looked at Yi Yuan with a shocked face as he exclaimed in surprise, "Sword Dao rule. Spatial rule. Formation Dao rule. Boy, you concealed so deeply." Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "It's not that I concealed deeply, but that no one could force my full strength out. You're not bad. You did it. But you can't continue posturing anymore. What a shame. You failed to harm me. Therefore, I don't plan on leaving you with an intact corpse anymore either." Changsun Xingyu's expression turned dark, his eyes full of coldness. Shock was written all over the faces of He Yunxiang and the others. No one expected that the strength that Yi Yuan concealed was actually this strong. Chapter 2603. Limit State. Chapter 2603. Limit State. How is this possible? He comprehended 3 rules too. 3 kinds of rules. Among them even included spatial rule, this kind of heaven-defying rule. Sword, S.P.A.C. formation, 3 great rules fusing into one. It's only stronger and not weaker when compared to Changsun Xingyu's 3 rules. Resplendent Sun City's powerhouses fell into deep shock at this time. Yi Yuan's trump card was really formidable until it gave people chills. Changsun Xingyu fusing life and death rules into his saber intent was already 1 in a million. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan was even more freakish, to actually fuse spatial rule and formation Dao rule into sword Dao? This kind of talent was simply defying the heavens. They finally understood why Yi Yuan was so calm. He really had the capital to be composed. How is this possible? Spatial rule, just comprehending it is already extremely difficult. He can actually fuse it into sword Dao? He Yunxiang's face was full of shock, almost not daring to believe everything that he saw in front of him. He expected that Yi Yuan had hidden strength. But, in his view, even if he hid his strength, it was impossible to be Changsun Xingyu's match too. After all, being able to cultivate life and death rules to Changsun Xingyu's level of boundary was too rare. But who knew that Yi Yuan was even more heaven-defying than Changsun Xingyu? Only at this time did he know that he already overestimated Yi Yuan as much as possible before, but it was still not enough. He Yunxiang could not help secretly somewhat rejoicing in his heart. If he really provoked Yi Yuan back then the one who was dead would be him. Beside him, Di Xing had a blank look too as he murmured, "Old He, I owe you a big favor this time. Otherwise, I fear that I'd already become a corpse." Changsun Xingyu could not help feeling a fiery burn on his face. He boasted too much earlier. Now, he really could not quite get off the stage. "What, I'll only unleash one saber cut? What, I'll leave you with an intact corpse?" Looking at it now, it was really a joke. Changsun Xingyu was not a fool. He guessed that Yi Yuan had some reliance too. But he completely did not think that Yi Yuan's trump card was actually so heaven-defying. Turning angry from Embark's meant, his fury already billowed straight to the sky. Very good. I didn't expect that there's actually still someone who dares to make fun of me, Changsun Xingyu. Do you think that by fusing 3 kinds of power of rules, you can be invincible under the heavens? Then I'll tell you today, where the might of the land of exile lies. Boom. Under his fury, Changsun Xingyu's saber intent climbed to a new level. Previously, he had the intention of humiliating Yi Yuan. So it looked scary, but actually, he did not use his full strength. Now, he exerted at least 80% of his strength in one go. This saber SLA's HI. Plussing over, it was domineering. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, the universe sword formation directly greeted it. Looking down on the opponent tactically, showing regard to your opponent strategically. Yi Yuan was still very cautious about Changsun Xingyu. This guy was one of the few guys who could arouse his fighting intent. In the same realm, there were not many people who could fuse 3 great power of rules the same as him. Furthermore, in the outside world, even if the opponent fused 3 kinds of power of rules, they were most likely not his match too. But this place was the land of exile. Each of the powerhouses here was veterans of 100 battles. Their fighting instinct was powerful to the extreme. Let alone that Changsun Xingyu's cultivation realm was even higher than his. Such an opponent was precisely what Yi Yuan longed for. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 people came and went, each blow was a Stoney's HI plussing. With lessons learned from the past, the powerhouses of resplendent Sun City long already avoided far away, fearful of being affected. Changsun Xingyu was indeed worthy of being resplendent Sun City's #1 person. Each of his moves was stronger than the last. Life and death saber intent, life with one thought, death with one thought. Life and death were governed by him. Furthermore, his saber technique was not like those greenhouse flower saber techniques. It could be said that each saber cut was deadly. Changsun Xingyu's saber technique was not the slightest bit sloppy. Each saber cut was brilliant to the max. His saber only had one objective, which was to kill. The first few saber cuts, Yi Yuan could still barely manage to hold out. But the more towards the back, the pressure that Yi Yuan withstood grew greater and greater. The entire sword formation even showed signs of being hacked apart. After 10 saber cuts, Yi Yuan already sustained considerable injuries. His universe sword formation was challenged by a powerhouse of the same rank for the first time. "Brat, why did you become a mute? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Not leaving me an intact corpse with just the likes of you?" Changsun Xingyu laughed wildly as he said. He was genuinely enraged by Yi Yuan's words. At this time, he only wanted to doom Yi Yuan to death. Although Yi Yuan's universe sword formation had no weakness to exploit, under this kind of powerful attack, Yi Yuan's innards were injured. He had a stifled breath blocked at his throat area and was naturally unable to talk. Actually, when Yi Yuan fused fast and slow sword Dao, the universe sword formation's power already increased greatly. As far as power of rule was concerned, he was only stronger and not weaker than Changsun Xingyu. But this kind of might was still inadequate to make up for the gap in cultivation realm. Under this kind of limit state, even a tiny difference in cultivation realm was fatal. Seeing this scene, He Yunxiang could not help shaking his head and sighing as he said, "What a shame! If Yi Yuan could reach grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum, Changsun Xingyu would definitely be defeated. This gap of a minor cultivation realm is fatal." Di Xing said, "This boy was too hasty. Who among the land of exile's top powerhouses aren't grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum? This guy came to challenge with the gap of a minor cultivation realm. It's really courting death." He Yunxiang smiled bitterly and said, "This boy's talent is really strong. It's just a pity that he's too young and aggressive. He still understands too little about the land of exile's cruelty." The other people's thoughts were pretty much the same as He Yunxiang's. They were all lamenting that Yi Yuan should not have been so ky to show off. The talent made them jump in fright. But the final outcome could not be changed. In this place, defeat was death. Yi Yuan did not care about other people's views. This was precisely the state that he wanted. At this time, he was already not holding back at all. All of his strength had already been brought out, without any trump cards left. He was already backed into a corner. Of course, he had poison in his hands and could easily kill Changsun Xingyu. But Changsun Xingyu's attacks grew greater than the previous wave. Yi Yuan did not have the chance to use poison at all. This kind of battle with extremely close strength, even if there was the slightest diverting of attention, it would be fatal. Therefore, he could only break through. Under this kind of limit state, not breaking through would be death. The current Changsun Xingyu was just like the Yi Yuan inside the death cultivation SPAC back then. It was just that mirror image was dead. But Changsun Xingyu was alive. No matter how transcendent the mirror image mimicked, it was also impossible to fully replicate a person's consciousness. In terms of changes, he was not as good as Yi Yuan in the end. Therefore, Yi Yuan won every time. However, Changsun Xingyu would not give Yi Yuan any chance. The situation at present was even more perilous than at that time. But Yi Yuan gladly endured the hards. H+P. He had always been a madman. Refining pills was like so, cultivating the martial path was the same. Under Changsun Xingyu's frenzied suppression, every cell in Yi Yuan's body was activated. His entire being entered a mysterious realm. Chapter 2604. Great Tao Transformation. Chapter 2604. Great Tao Transformation. Between life and death. Boom. A domineering saber fell down. Yi Yuan was slammed heavily onto the ground. Although his saber could not breach Yi Yuan's defense, it already shocked Yi Yuan until he was seriously injured. At this rate, Yi Yuan's defeat was only a matter of time. Changsun Xingyu's aura was somewhat chaotic. Wanting to break Yi Yuan's tortoise-ish he had to go all out too. But, seeing Yi Yuan getting abused, his dignity was finally recovered. Felt awesome. Brat, weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to leave me with an intact corpse? Just based on your wretched appearance currently, you want to defeat me? Changsun Xingyu looked at Yi Yuan and said full of delight. He raised his saber again, killing intent piercing cold as he said, "This saber cut is my strongest saber cut. It's called Illusory Clutch, and I'll use it to send you on your way." Carrying the pinnacle saber intent, Changsun Xingyu rushed over again. When this saber attacked, everyone's countenance changed. This was not an ordinary saber cut. This was a saber cut when Changsun Xingyu's saber momentum had ACCU, mulat to the peak. This saber cut was the great achievement of his rule comprehension. The several dozen cuts previously were all just ACCU mulations. This saber cut was the fatal blow. Everyone realized that Yi Yuan's tortoise SAELL was about to be broken. He Yunxiang shook his head slightly and said, "The difference of a margin, separated by life and death. This saber cut, it should end the battle." Everyone nodded one after another, expressing approval. No one thought that Yi Yuan could still survive under this saber cut. This one saber cut, it would definitely split a person into two. A hint of cruelty hung at the corner of Changsun Xingyu's mouth, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in an instant. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's universe sword formation suddenly withdrew, disappearing. Changsun Xingyu was stunned. This guy gave up? However, he did not hesitate. When he unleashed his saber, he would not hesitate. No one realized that a young sprout was currently breaking out of the soil in front of Yi Yuan. The bud grew very quickly, growing two tender green tree leaves that were very lifelike. Seemingly sensing Changsun Xingyu's piercing cold saber intent, one of the green leaves on the sapling actually turned into a sharp sword and stabbed toward Changsun Xingyu. Boom! Changsun Xingyu was caught off guard, only to feel a sword intent that could pierce through the firmament shattered his saber intent and penetrate his body. Pfft! Changsun Xingyu spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure shooting out backward. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Changsun Xingyu's certain kill saber cut was actually broken just like that? What's going on here? That tiny sprout actually defeated Changsun Xingyu's strongest attack? This guy is too monstrous. At this point, he actually still has a hidden trump card? Are you freaking dumb? That boy clearly comprehended it in the middle of the fight. Really monstrous. Just a second ago, no one felt that Yi Yuan could survive under Changsun Xingyu's saber. But in a blink, Changsun Xingyu was actually defeated. They could tell that just based on the power of that strike, Changsun Xingyu already no longer had the power to fight. The few dozen saber cuts that he hacked Yi Yuan with before were not as strong when compared to this sword of Yi Yuan's. It was just that they were very surprised. This sword intent transformed into a tiny sprout. So why would it have such formidable power? Changsun Xingyu landed on the ground with a loud bang. The frenzied sword intent wreaked havoc within his body. It was just that he could not care about the injuries on his body. Seeing that young sprout in front of Yi Yuan, he was inexplicably shocked. Great Tao transformation. You actually comprehended Great Tao transformation. Changsun Xingyu roared wildly. If not for your pressure, my rule fusion would not have been able to achieve the realm of grand completion yet, naturally let alone talk about breaking the cock. And to become T turfly, Great Tao taking form. Yi Yuan wiped the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth and said with a faint smile. Sure enough, under the heavy pressure, he finally still broke through. Being in the state of life and death, it was easier for people to comprehend certain Great Tao maxims. Yi Yuan was like that, the powerhouses of this land of exile were similarly like so. It was just that each person's talent was different, their speed of comprehension and limit were naturally different too. Changsun Xingyu's talent was strong. He could perfectly fuse life and death Great Tao into his saber intent. But Yi Yuan's talent was even stronger than Changsun Xingyu's. After his 3 power of rules was perfected, reaching the realm of harmony and resonance, it broke the cock. And became T turfly in the end, comprehending Great Tao transformation. What the HELL is Great Tao transformation? Everyone was puzzled. He Yunxiang also had an extremely shocked expression on his face as he said, Great Tao transformation is the high-level form of the power of rules, perfectly fusing the heavenly Tao that you comprehended into the power of rules, exhibiting Great Tao in some form. This is Great Tao transformation. You can understand it as the power of rules borrowing the power of heavenly Tao to release. The power is boundless. When everyone heard that, they were incredibly shocked. The high-level form of the power of rules. Hearing these few words, they gave a sophisticated and top-grade impression when one heard them. And they saw the power too. A young sprout that was seemingly too weak to stand up to a breeze defeated Changsun Xingyu, this supreme powerhouse. He Yunxiang sucked in a deep breath and said, "Great Tao transformation, the form varies. Some transform into true spirits, some transform into plants, some transform into celestial phenomena, so on and so forth. Their power is also different. But even the lousiest Great Tao transformation would crush same-rank powerhouses too. If not for Changsun Xingyu being too strong and also a minor realm higher than Yi Yuan, he would likely have already been torn limb from limb with that attack just now." Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they heard it. No one could have thought that this tiny little sprout was actually so terrifying. Finally, He Yunxiang's eyes shot out rays of brilliance as he said, "However, I feel that Yi Yuan's Great Tao transformation is very strong." Even Great Tao transformation had distinctions of superiority and inferiority too. Some people transformed into a fierce tiger, seemingly fierce, but their growth ability was actually limited. While some people transformed into a true dragon, their growth potential was naturally more than a level stronger. But Yi Yuan only transformed a tiny stalk of a young sapling, looking too weak to stand up to a breeze, but it was unbelievably strong. One had to know, Changsun Xingyu was not an ordinary opponent. His comprehension of the power of rules was only a step away from Great Tao transformation too. Cultivation realm plus the power of rule, Changsun Xingyu had practically already reached the limit of lesser sublime heavenly stratum. But Yi Yuan was a minor realm lower than him. Even if he comprehended Great Tao transformation, it would be easy to defeat him. But killing him would not be easy. However, He Yunxiang saw it clearly. This blow of Yi Yuan just now did not use his full strength at all. He only utilized one green leaf and completely defeated Changsun Xingyu. Then, if he unleashed two green leaves? Right at this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, "In order to thank you for helping me to comprehend Great Tao transformation, as well as to fulfill my promise previously, I'll let you experience the strongest strike of the first form of the All-Encompass. Sing Sacred Tree of the Universe's first form before you die." The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions turned somber. Changsun Xingyu's eyes revealed an even more desperate expression. He urged his movement technique, turning into an arrow that left the bowstring, attempting to escape. And right at this time, Yi Yuan urged the young sprout. Two green leaves shot out in unison. Pucci! Changsun Xingyu was directly cut into 3 pieces. Chapter 2605. 3 years. Chapter 2605. 3 years. The invincible Changsun Xingyu was killed just like this. It was unexpected but also reasonable. When Yi Yuan comprehended Great Tao transformation, Changsun Xingyu's demise had already become inevitable. In the land of exile, a king being replaced by another king, this was the norm. It was just that Changsun Xingyu's talent was outstanding. That was how he suppressed the others for many years. Originally, with Changsun Xingyu's talent and strength, there should have been no one who could replace him unless he ascended to the next level. But Yi Yuan, this freak, appeared. Gaining enlightenment on Tao at the last moment, he slayed Xingyu with his sword. He Yunxiang and Di Xing led everyone and said respectfully, "He Yunxiang leads everyone to pay respect to City Lord, Your Excellency." Yi Yuan's aura was very chaotic, but his imposing aura rose to the peak at this time. Even if he was in poor condition, no one dared to make a move against him too. One battle, stabilizing heaven and earth. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, "From today onward, I'll go into closed seclusion. All of Resplendent Sun City's affairs will be managed by you. Everything else, maintain the status quo." He Yunxiang was not surprised at all, hurriedly bowing to say yes. These 3 days of battle definitely benefited Yi Yuan immensely. At this time, he naturally had to enter closed seclusion to consolidate. Yi Yuan threw He Yunxiang a jade slip and said, "Help me collect the heavenly medicines according to the list inside. 1 year later, there will naturally be your benefit." He Yunxiang received the jade slip to take a look and could not help drawing a cold breath as he said in shock, "Hiss, imperial-grade heavenly pills. Your Excellency can actually refine heavenly imperial pills?" Yi Yuan was also rather surprised as he said, "You actually know about heavenly imperial pills?" He Yunxiang smiled bitterly and said, "Before this lowly one ascended, I was an alchemist too. After ascending to the 33 heavens, I'd once tried to become a heavenly alchemist too. It's just a pity that this lowly one's affinity is too poor and couldn't become a heavenly alchemist. However, this lowly one more or less studied heavenly pills a little too. These heavenly medicines that your Excellency is looking for are very precious. Only heavenly imperial pills will use them. No wonder your Excellency is so heaven-defying. I presume that your Excellency must be of an extremely high-grade prenatal Tao physique." In his view, for Yi Yuan to be able to refine heavenly imperial pills, his affinity should at least be 70 and above. Among ascenders, this was absolutely heaven-defying among heaven-defying. This kind of monstrousness, it was not strange that he had such comprehension ability. Martial secure heavenly sect really picked up a treasure. But when Yi Yuan heard that, he smiled meaningfully and said, "Prenatal Tao physique? Oh, I'm merely of a mortal physique. That's all." Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around and left, leaving behind the He Yunxiang with a stupefied face. Mortal physique. A mortal physique can refine heavenly imperial pills? A mortal physique can comprehend great Tao transformation? He's joking, right? He Yunxiang said with a look of shock. These few days of continuous tough battles, Yi Yuan had indeed benefited a great deal and needed time to digest. Even this all-encompassing sacred tree of the universe, Yi Yuan needed to perfect it carefully. This transformation was obtained by chance under Yi Yuan's sudden enlightenment. When he killed Changsun Xingyu, it was not perfected. After perfecting it, killing Changsun Xingyu would merely be a matter of snapping his fingers. In addition, the heavenly medicines that he made He Yunxiang collect were medicinal materials to refine the Yu Qi dust cleansing heavenly imperial pill. He planned to use this heavenly imperial pill to salt grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum. 1 year later, Yi Yuan thoroughly perfected the all-encompassing sacred tree of the universe's first form. Its power was much stronger compared to before. If he ran into Changsun Xingyu again now, Yi Yuan would be able to kill him with a wave of his hand. However, the complexity of this great Tao transformation also far exceeded Yi Yuan's imagination. Although the first form was just a young sprout, the complexity of this move was far from comparable to that of a universe sword formation. Integrating the power of great Tao, this was the power of heaven. The high-level form of the power of rules was not a boast. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was exceedingly high. He polished it carefully for a year before completely perfecting this move. With regards to this speed, Yi Yuan found it a bit slow. But if he let the people who had similarly comprehended great Tao transformation know, they would definitely drown him in spit. To comprehend great Tao transformation, ordinary martial artists needed to spend several decades, even hundreds of years before they could completely perfect it. Yi Yuan only used 1 year and actually still found it too slow. 1 year later, Yi Yuan spent another 2 years, focusing on salting grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum. He refined all of these white pine melody into Yu Qi dust cleansing heavenly imperial pills. Under the revolution of the wordless heavenly skill, he was finally still successful in salting. Using so many grand completion 9th grade heavenly imperial pills to salt cultivation realm, probably only Yi Yuan could do it. If this matter were to spread, it naturally could not avoid drawing hatred. The medicinal effects of heavenly imperial pills were not worse than grade 2 heavenly pills. This wordless heavenly skill was well deserving of being a cultivation method that could let True heavenly sect overlook Rainclear continent proudly. It was indeed very strong. Heavenly imperial pills coupled with the wordless heavenly skill were truly a perfect match. Yi Yuan only used 2 years and succeeded in A.S. salting. Furthermore, his foundation was incomparably solid and could A.S. salt greater sublime heavenly stratum at any time. Yi Yuan's chaos world also shone with effleuries. Hi plus ing vitality. Exiting seclusion in 3 years gave He Yunxiang and the others a huge fright. They thought that Yi Yuan needed to go into a retreat for at least a decade or two. Did not expect that he exited seclusion so quickly. Congratulations to Your Excellency for breaking through to grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum. It's just, doesn't Your Excellency plan on perfecting great Tao transformation? He Yunxiang asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, it was already perfected 2 years ago. Since it's already comprehended, how can perfecting it be so troublesome? He Yunxiang, Di Xing, and the rest opened their mouths wide, their faces being pale. This lord was truly a G.O.D. Yi Yuan casually threw to He Yunxiang few people each a Yu Qi dust cleansing heavenly imperial pill, and said indifferently, these few heavenly imperial pills will be bestowed to you guys. Eat it and break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum. In a place like the land of exile, one will either advance or regress. Staying here, you guys will be dead sooner or later. He Yunxiang took a look after he got it, and almost threw the medicinal pill onto the ground. Grand completion 9th grade. Your Excellency, you aren't joking, right? He Yunxiang stammered. Yi Yuan frowned and said, do you think that I'm joking with you? He Yunxiang hurriedly waved his hand and said, no, no, no. Your Excellency is mistaken. This lowly one is just surprised that Your Excellency can actually refine grand completion 9th grade heavenly imperial pills with your mortal physique. It's simply too amazing. This medicinal pill, probably even grade 4 heavenly alchemists might not be able to refine it. He Yunxiang discovered that this city lord's alchemy path talent was actually even more terrifying than his martial path talent. Martial path, with Yi Yuan's current strength, he could at most kill a lower greater sublime heaven, that was all. But in alchemy, he could cross 3 major realms and instantly kill grade 4 heavenly alchemists. This level of strength already could not be described using the word monstrous. What was even more terrifying was that His Excellency said that he was only of a mortal physique. Mortal physique? Yi Yuan said coolly, who said that mortal physiques can't refine pills? Some things, it's just that your skill level is lacking, that's all. Oh right, help me issue challenge letters to the other 9 cities city lord. From tomorrow onward, I'm going to challenge the 9 cities city lords. The moment He Yunxiang heard, he smiled bitterly and said, Your Excellency, I'm afraid that this can't go according to your wishes. Chapter 2606 Holy Mountain. Chapter 2606 Holy Mountain Amen? Why is that? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Just issuing a letter of challenge, why could it not go as he wished? He Yunxiang smiled bitterly and said, Your Excellency, during these 3 years that you were in closed seclusion, the other 9 cities already had 6 city lords who ascended to the 2nd level. Right now, in this 1st level, there are only 3 of the original 10 great city lords left. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help being stunned and said, They didn't ascend for so many years. Then why did they? It wouldn't be because of me, right? He Yunxiang nodded and said, Who else can it be if not you? Your battle with Changsun Xingyu was too shocking. It spread throughout the 10 cities very quickly. The city lords of Qingliang and Baixia, these 2 cities, chose to ascend within 3 months. The other 6 city lords also ascended one after another within 2 years. N.O. Body was a fool, let alone these supreme powerhouses who were standing at the summit of the first level. Yi Yuan made Changsun Xingyu the first target of attack. He was bound to challenge them later. This battle was too shocking. They did not wish to become Yi Yuan's wedding stone. This kind of pinnacle battle, a moment of carelessness, and it was the outcome of Paris. Hi plus Ing and Dao dissipating. Although these city lords were exceptionally talented individuals and did not fear fighting to the death either, they also know how to pursue good fortune and avoid disasters. No one would go and choose to fight to the death under the circumstances that they knew they would definitely die. That was an old person eating ars enic, courting death. Therefore they chose to ascend. Can't provoke, I can hide. Of course, you could ascend too. But reaching the second level, the opponents you would be facing would plenty. You naturally would not come and pester the few of us. Actually, these overlords not ascending was also not completely because they wanted to live the life of being a local despot. They were ACCU, mulating strength. Only by ascending with sufficient strength could they live better after reaching the next level and also walk even further. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched and he said, "Aren't there still 3 city lords? Since they haven't ascended yet, then they can't be wasted too. Go and issue the challenge letters." He Yunxiang smiled bitterly again and said, "That won't work either. Fu Guang, Anyun, and Lan Ling, 3 city lords have already arrived at Resplendent Sun City half a year ago, to express surrender to your excellency. Apart from this, the other 6 cities' new city lords are also all in the city." Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. This bunch of grandsons really did not give any chance at all. One would not hit a smiling face. With Yi Yuan's personality, since the other party took the initiative to submit, he really could not find it in him to take action anymore. However, Yi Yuan also understood that the land of exile was such a realistic place. If you were strong, you could bring everything to its knees. Helpless, he waved his hand and said, "Since that's the case, bring them over then." Fu Guang's lord, Lin Tong, pays respects to Lord Yi Yuan. Anyun's lord, Wei Xiang, pays respects to Lord Yi Yuan. Lan Ling's lord, Su Weiqing, pays respects to Lord Yi Yuan. With Fu Guang 3 city lords leading, the other city lords stepped forward in unison to pay respects. This also symbolized that Yi Yuan had completely compelled the land of exile's first level into submission. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across everyone and discovered that Lin Tong 3 people faintly exuded an extremely strong aura. It was even a notch above Changsun Xingyu. He could not help being a little surprised and said, "I originally thought that the 3 of you should be the weakest among the 9 great city lords. Looking at it now, it doesn't seem to be the case." Lin Tong stepped out of the ranks and said with a bow, "What Your Excellency said is true. The 3 of us were ranked top 3 among the original 10 great city lords, and Changsun Xingyu was ranked 4th. This ranking, only the 10 great city lords themselves knew." Now, Lin Tong saying it in public still surprised everyone greatly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he became curious and asked, "Since that's the case, then why didn't you guys ascend but come to submit to me?" Lin Tong said respectfully, "Your Excellency gained enlightenment on greater sublime transformation. Now you also broke through to grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum, we're naturally not a match. But ascending just like this, we have unwillingness in our hearts too." Yi Yuan said, "You guys also want to comprehend great Tao transformation?" Lin Tong did not shy away and said with a nod, "That's right. The reason we, the original 10 great city lords, had a Tao debate every year, was in order to break through the shackles and comprehend great Tao transformation. With Your Excellency's talent, you should know the logic of the stronger the foundation, the greater the potential. Therefore, unless there were no alternatives, we didn't want to ascend. Unless we're already sure that our talents have already been exhausted." With regards to this statement, Yi Yuan naturally approved of it. Lin Tong 3 people came to submit while bearing humiliation and were also not willing to ascend. This proved precisely that the 3 of their martial path hearts were very firm. However, Lin Tong's words let Yi Yuan thought of another possibility. This land of exile's city lords changed very fast. There would always be people like Lin Tong 3 people who also wanted to consolidate their realms in lesser sublime heavenly stratum as much as possible and feel great Tao rules. Could it be there was actually not a single one who comprehended great Tao transformation after so many years? This was unlikely. Yi Yuan did not doubt that his talent was high, but he similarly did not think that others were losers. Especially in the land of exile, this sort of place, some people had it forced out by force. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan asked hopefully, then in this first level, are there still powerhouses who comprehended great Tao transformation? Lin Tong said, of course there are. In fact, there are quite a few. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help being overjoyed, thinking to himself that it was indeed the case. Oh? Where? Tell me. Yi Yuan said. Lin Tong said, there's a snow-capped mountain in the land of extreme north called Xianyun Mountain. It's the land of exile's first level's holy land. Only powerhouses who gained enlightenment on great Tao transformation are allowed to step into this mountain. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered slightly and he said, so, you guys stayed in order to enter the Xianyun Mountain? Lin Tong nodded slightly and answered, Your Excellency is wise. It's precisely so. The other 6 city lords were all rendered speechless. Only now they learned that the first level actually still had such a place, and what the city lords assiduously seek was this kind of supreme realm. What was laughable was that they were all a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, that was all. But when Yi Yuan heard, he was overjoyed and said, then what are we still waiting for? Lead the way. Lin Tong 3 people were taken aback and said, Your Excellency, we've never comprehended great Tao transformation and can't enter the holy mountain. Violators will be killed without mercy. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said, If I said that you can go, you can go. Whatever bulls. Hi+T holy mountain, it's merely a bunch of lesser sublime heavenly stratums. That's all. If they know what's good for them, fine. If they don't know how to appreciate favors, I'll exterminate their whole mountain. See if that lousy mountain still dares to call itself holy mountain or not. Yi Yuan could not bear the sight of this kind of trickery the most. It was clearly just a bunch of lesser sublime heavenly stratums, yet they wanted to feign an appearance of standing high above the Ma. SSES. Who were they scaring? He, Yi Yuan, had virtually paralyzed the entire martial secure heavenly sect. Wouldn't dealing with a bunch of lesser sublime heavenly stratums be easily accomplished? Posturing in front of him, at least in this first level, there was definitely no one who could do it. When Lin Tong 3 people heard that, they were immediately rendered dumbfounded. This guy was so wildly arrogant. How did such a person survive until now? One had to know, some of those great Tao transformation individuals on Xianyun Mountain had already stayed for as long as several thousand years, with their strength being unfathomable. This guy actually completely did not place the Xianyun Mountain in his eyes. Chapter 2607. Yes, I'm very powerful. Chapter 2607. Yes, I'm very powerful. On top of the mountain, snow gleamed white, with floating clouds coiling, akin to a wonderland. The party arrived at Xianyun Mountain, which was also at the foot of the holy mountain. The land of exile indeed has talented people remaining in concealment. I didn't expect that there's still such a formation path expert. Yi Yuan suddenly stopped and said with a faint smile. In front of him was a huge array formation, interlinked and connected. Not only was Yi Yuan's formation Tao already perfected, it even transformed into the All-Encompass Sing sacred tree now. Just slightly trying to feel it and he already detected it. His All-Encompass Sing sacred tree was not transformed from the path of sword Tao, but the universe sword formation. Inside the universe sword formation, it contains sword SP, AC formation, these three Taos. The strength was more discernible for this kind of transformation. As for time rule, after Yi Yuan ascended, he had been unable to open up a new prospect all along. Not because his comprehension ability was lacking, but that the time rule he comprehended in the heavenspan world was simply in disorder. The heavenspan world's flow rate of time was completely different from the 33 heavens. Yi Yuan reckoned that there might be Yen Jaitra's work involved. Those who trace Ba's the holy mountain will be killed without mercy. Get lost. Right at this time, a melodious voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, akin to heavenly thunder rolling, stirring people's souls. These words seemed to be said by heaven. Behind Yi Yuan, the countenances of Lin Tong and the rest changed visibly. Your Excellency, you've already arrived at the holy mountain. How about you go in alone, and those of us who haven't achieved great Tao transformation withdraw for the time being? Lin Tong said with a slightly pale face. This voice seemed to be a celestial deity descending, giving him enormous pressure. The other few people were also the same. But Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Already here, don't you want to go up the mountain to take a look? Lin Tong smiled bitterly and said, Of course I want to, but this lowly one wants to live even more. Limit you all to quickly leave within 3 breaths. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. 3. While talking, that voice came over again. The expressions of Lin Tong and the rest turned deathly pale, turning around, wanting to escape. Playing tricks. Go. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. Holding his palm out, a tiny sprout already emerged from his palm. A piece of tender leaf flew out, directly striking somewhere in the void. Courting death. A startled and furious voice came from the void. But with a loud bang, a middle-aged man dressed in white robes was actually directly being shocked out, his appearance looking rather ragged. His gaze was fixed on Yi Yuan, with a hint of dread in the shock. This brat actually saw through the weak area of the array formation with one glance and shocked him out with a sword. Terrifying. While Lin Tong and the rest who were behind Yi Yuan had dumbstruck faces. It turned out that this guy was not empty talk. He was really a lunatic, who would enter the holy mountain like this. However, the combat power that Yi Yuan displayed still made them incredibly shocked. The saints who guarded the mountain were all transformation powerhouses. Furthermore, they were even hiding in the grand array. Yi Yuan found him with one glance and even shocked him out with a sword. If it were any other transformation powerhouse, they probably would not be able to do it. The middle-aged man in a white robe stared at Yi Yuan as he said with an unkind expression, Brat, do you think that by comprehending great Tao transformation, you're invincible under the heavens? Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said with a smile, Yeah. The middle-aged man's face turned black, almost tumbling to the ground. This brat really knew how to climb up the rope hand over hand. The middle-aged man sneered and said in a solemn voice, Someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know that there are several hundred transformation powerhouses on this holy mountain? Even if Lin Tong and the rest were very knowledgeable and experienced, they were also frightened by this number. They thought that there were at most several dozen people on this holy mountain. They did not expect that there were actually hundreds of transformation powerhouses. They could not help worrying whether Yi Yuan's action of barging into the mountain would arouse the public outrage of the transformation powerhouses. Unexpectedly, Yi Yuan just said coolly, So what if several hundred? What bulls? Hi+T transformation powerhouse, aren't you also just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? Do you really think that you're some whatever bulls? Hi+T saint? Where did this sense of superiority come from? The middle-aged man saw that Yi Yuan was impervious to reason and could not help saying in a great rage, Punk, you're courting death. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Is that so? Then I want to see how you make me die. He had not even spoken yet, and this person was playing tricks here, telling people to scram. With an appearance like he was number one in the world, it would be weird if Yi Yuan's attitude could be good. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said in a solemn voice, "Brat, I was just sneak attacked by you earlier. Do you really think that you're very formidable?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said nonchalantly, "Yes, I'm very powerful." The middle-aged man gave a cold snort. Holding his palm out, a halberd condensed and formed. His great Tao transformation form was a weapon. This was also one of the most commonly seen transformation method. It was only to see him smile coldly. He said, "Boy, I've already reached great Tao transformation 50 years ago. With just the likes of you, this sort of fellow who just comprehended it, you also dare to contend for glory with the bright moon?" Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? Then try receiving a sword cut of mine. Go." The tender leaf turned into a light sword once more, chopping towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was furious, plussing the painted Chinese halberd in his hand, directly chopping towards the green leaf. Boom! In an instant, the two transformation weapons clashed. The middle-aged man spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward, while Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. It broke. Lin Tong's eyes were full of amazement. The halberd in the middle-aged man's hands actually broke under this strike. With great Tao transformation, the object transformed was even tougher than material objects, but now it actually broke under Yi Yuan's one strike. Furthermore, the transformed object was connected to the mind of the martial artist. Now that it broke, the middle-aged man already suffered a great loss in vitality, suffering serious injuries. Most likely, without 8 to 10 years, he could forget about recovering his vitality. They had long known that Yi Yuan's strength was extremely formidable, but this was also too outrageous, right? He had already comprehended great Tao transformation for 50 years, while Yi Yuan only had 3 years at the very most. Now, he actually defeated the enemy with one move. This was also too strong. Yi Yuan looked at the middle-aged man and said disdainfully, "Just the likes of you are also called the bright moon? Over 50 years and you only cultivated this bit of strength? Go find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. I can't even be bothered to kill you." This middle-aged man's great Tao transformation was not perfect at all. He could not even achieve perfection in 50 years. He was really incredibly stupid. Yi Yuan only used 1 year and perfected it. Furthermore, what this middle-aged man comprehended was a single rule. But what he comprehended was 3 great fused rules. The difficulty was not on the same level at all. He could not even perfect it in 50 years. He should really go find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Pooh work. The middle-aged man was choked badly by Yi Yuan's words and spewed out another mouthful of old blood. "The few of you, come with me." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to the middle-aged man and left leisurely, directly passing through the grand array. This array formation was not too complicated to him. It could be easily broken. However, this scene was even more shocking and inexplicable when it landed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Which crevice in a rock did this boy pop out from? Coming to the holy mountain, what on earth did he want to do? Lin Tong and the rest had upset expressions on their faces and could only pluck up their courage and follow after. Chapter 2608. Stop making a spectacle of yourselves. Chapter 2608. Stop making a spectacle of yourselves. Whose plus a bright light rose into the sky. The expressions of Lin Tong and the rest changed greatly, and they cried out in surprise, "Your Excellency, that person went to report just now." Now, the entire Holy Mountain's transformation powerhouses probably all know that we're here. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "If they know, then they know, no harm." The faces of Lin Tong and the rest turned black, criticizing endlessly in their hearts. This guy was also too bold, right? Even several hundred transformation powerhouses could not scare him? After traveling several more miles, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. Lin Tong and the rest were overjoyed, thinking inwardly that this guy finally had a change of mind and was going to run. However, Yi Yuan circled one round around the few of them and said coolly, "The few of you, don't leave the circle that I've just walked. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die." Lin Tong and the rest had baffled faces. Right at this time, 6 to 7 figures suddenly came from all directions, surrounding Yi Yuan. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face who was leading, said in a solemn voice, "Punk, to actually dare trace S. The holy mountain, are you courting death?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I heard that there are transformation powerhouses on Xianyan Mountain. So I wanted to come and have an exchange. I didn't expect that the person guarding the gates doesn't know how to speak human language. So I taught him a lesson. How did it become Tracepa? Sing?" The man's expression changed when he heard that and exclaimed in surprise, "What? You defeated Jiang Zhenyu?" Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said, "Is it very strange to beat him? Or is it that it's all the likes of him on this so-called holy mountain?" The muscles on the few people's faces were all twitching when they heard that. The likes of him? When did transformation powerhouses become like that? Brat, don't be arrogant. You, a sect disciple, can you really overturn the heaven on the holy mountain? Attack together, kill this boy. The man with the scar gave a cold yell and rushed up along with the people around him. Yi Yuan broke the grand array and defeated Jiang Zhenyu forcefully and then Tracepa. Said the mountain. The man did not dare to underestimate him. Hence, he directly called his companions to attack together. 7 to 8 transformation powerhouses rushed forward together. The commotion was quite shocking. Some took the form of weapons, some took the form of predatory birds, and some took the form of celestial phenomena to attack. The terrifying power made the faces of Lin Tong and the rest, who were not far away, to change drastically. 7 to 8 transformation powerhouses, they had never seen it before. It was just that these people's transformations were mostly just the great Tao transformation of a single rule. It was too weak to stand up to a single blow in Yi Yuan's eyes, and even worse than Jiang Zhenyu. It was also no wonder that they would be so surprised at him defeating Jiang Zhenyu. Yi Yuan was rather perplexed. Since these people comprehended great Tao transformation, why did the perfection process be so slow? After he ascended, he had been studying alchemy Tao most of his time and did not come into contact with great Tao transformation people. No need to talk about eastward country, there definitely was not. Martial secure heavenly sect definitely had, but at least even Lu Zhanyuan, that level of powerhouse, did not comprehend it. Luo Yunqing might have comprehended it. It was just that he had never displayed it before. Hence, Yi Yuan did not have a clear contrast. He thought that since they could comprehend great Tao transformation, their comprehension ability naturally would not be poor. Even if it was not as good as his, it should also have been perfected in 8 to 10 years. In the end, Jiang Zhenyu comprehended for 50 years, and did not even fully perfect it. Therefore, in his eyes, this bunch of people was really unbelievably trashed. He reckoned that they hit the jackpot. That was how they comprehended great Tao transformation. Under the environment of the land of exile, it was not necessary to be extremely talented to break through. Wandering on the edge of life and death countless times, as long as one could kill their way over, even if their talent was slightly poor, they could comprehend it too. These people might belong to that type. All in all, Yi Yuan did not face much pressure dealing with the Scarman, these few people. In fact, he did not even need to use 2 swords at once. One sword, swimming between the 7 to 8 people, there was plenty of room for playing the butcher's knife. By the side, Lin Tong and the rest were long already dumbstruck with amazement. They knew that Yi Yuan was strong, but they did not expect that he was so strong. Fighting 1 versus 8, he was actually still overpowering the other side. One had to know, Yi Yuan only comprehended Great Tao transformation for a short 3 years. Suddenly, Lin Tong's expression changed, discovering that there were another over a dozen people flying over here swiftly. Those people right now were all attracted by Yi Yuan. Then this batch of powerhouses that came over this time would definitely make them the first target of A.'s assault. Freaking H.E.L.L. fight it out. Su Weiqing drew his saber and was about to fight it out to the death with this group of people. Lin Tong suddenly remembered Yi Yuan's instructions and said, "Old Su, don't be impulsive. His Excellency made us stay where we are. He must have some means." Su Weiqing's expression turned heavy and he immediately became quiet. They knew that Yi Yuan had a lot of methods. It was just that they could not understand just what method Yi Yuan had deployed. Humph! A bunch of outside world ants also dare to trace S the holy mountain? You're really tired of living. The few of you, go and die first then. An old man in a blue SHI+RT had an extremely vigorous aura, pouncing over towards Lin Tong and the rest. The three people's expressions changed greatly, immediately feeling the threat of death. The moment transformation was released, the imposing aura became completely different. Even if their cultivation realm was the same, their combat power was vastly different. But right at this time, the old man in blue SHI+RT suddenly vomited blood, his body falling from midair. When he fell to the ground, he had actually already breathed his last. Lin Tong and the rest exchanged glances, all extremely shocked. He was poisoned. When did His Excellency use the poison? Su Weiqing said with a look of shock. Lin Tong pondered for a moment and said, "It should be when he walked a circle around us. What a brilliant method of poisoning, we actually didn't detect it at all." Wei Xiang smiled bitterly and said, "Not just us. These transformation powerhouses, their sensitivity to poison is many times stronger than us. Even they are completely unaware." The three people were deeply shocked inwardly. Only then did they understand why Yi Yuan dared to be so arrogant. With such means, it was simply overwhelming in this first level. So what if a transformation-level powerhouse? Killing you was as easy as blowing off the dust. It was just that Yi Yuan came here to temper himself, so he was disdainful to use it. Looking at it this way, Yi Yuan saying to slaughter all the transformation powerhouses on the mountain previously was not empty talk. Only with confidence did he dare to look down on them. Sure enough, when the others saw the blue SHI+RT old man's bizarre death, each and every one of them did not dare to get close to Lin Tong and the others. They simply rushed toward Yi Yuan together. More than 10 transformation powerhouses surrounded Yi Yuan all at once. Some of them, their strengths were not weak. Yi Yuan killed his way in and out of the crowd with one person and one sword, and already severely wounded 3 to 4 people, as if it was a no-man's land. The so-called Holy Mountains powerhouses were akin to toddlers learning how to walk in front of Yi Yuan. Very comical. Without the threat of transformation powerhouses, the minds of Lin Tong and the rest also relaxed, observing the battle carefully. The more they watched, the more alarmed they got. His Excellency is too strong. His opponents are too trashy. They are completely not on the same level at all. Furthermore, His Excellency's sapling has 2 leaves, but he only utilized 1 leaf. So he clearly isn't using his full strength. Just what kind of a monster did Martial Secure Heavenly Sect produce? Lin Tong said in horror. The other 2 people nodded one after another in deep agreement. All withdraw, stop making a spectacle of yourselves. Right at this time, a voice sounded out. A handsome youth walked down the mountain. The group of transformation powerhouses stepped back one after another, their faces full of shame. Chapter 2609. 3 Laws versus 5 Laws. Chapter 2609. 3 Laws versus 5 Laws. The youth had red lips and white teeth and was extraordinarily handsome, like the boy next door. But when Yi Yuan saw him, he felt pressured. This kind of pressure was like facing Changsun Xingyu back then. This person was very strong. 3 laws transforming, indeed formidable. You all didn't lose in vain. I didn't expect that a genius such as yourself actually appeared in the outside world. The youth looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes revealing a look of appreciation. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "You're not bad either." Beside the youth, a burly man immediately scolded, "Insolence! How are you speaking to Holy Lord, His Excellency?" The youth waved his hand slightly, motioning for the burly man to back down, and said coolly, "His strength isn't beneath Li Cheng's. From today onwards, he's the Holy Mountain's 4th Holy Lord. You all are not to be impolite." The burly man was greatly alarmed and repeatedly said yes. Bowing toward Yi Yuan, he said, "I pay respects to Holy Lord." The others also had shocked expressions on their faces. No one expected that this newcomer actually became a Holy Lord, but an unwillingness to submit was clearly written on their faces. It was just that they did not dare to say any more. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to the burly man and said to the youth, "Oh? There are actually 2 powerhouses such as yourself on this mountain?" The youth nodded and said, "I'm called Han Yi, the Chief Holy Lord. The 2nd Holy Lord is called Jizhe, 3rd Holy Lord is called Li Cheng. From now on, you'll be the Holy Mountain's 4th Holy Lord." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "What bulls? Hi+T Holy Lord, not interested. I came here to find people to spar with. Your strength is not bad. So why don't we have a fight?" He had no interest in living a life of being a local despot. What Yi Yuan wanted was to consolidate his foundation, then break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum. He did not have time to keep wasting in the land of exile. However, all the powerhouses in the mountain looked at Yi Yuan with surprise. This guy actually refused to be a holy lord. Furthermore, he even dared to be so unbridled in front of Chief Holy Lord, really courting death. The youth took it in stride and said smilingly, "You're not my match." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Haven't fought before, how would you know?" The youth shook his head and said with a smile, "You're an extremely rare 3 rules transformation. But I am 5 laws transformation. Do you feel that you have a chance of winning?" Although Yi Yuan had never heard of 3 laws transformation, it was very easy to guess that the meaning of 3 laws meant 3 kinds of power of rules. He was a little surprised. This youth actually comprehended 5 kinds of rules at the same time? No wonder he could live a life of being a local despot and proclaim himself as Holy Lord. He indeed had some capability. However, Yi Yuan did not think that his own 3 laws were lousier than the other party. Sword, S. P. A. C. Formation, 3 paths. They seemed as different night and day, to be as different as chalk and cheese, but Yi Yuan forcibly combined them together and it transformed and took shape. When these 3 paths reached the extreme, they could all form their own universes. They were absolutely top-grade Daos. If you understood more rules, it would definitely be stronger? Yi Yuan never thought this way. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "If I was sure of success, I would have killed you with 1 sword and be done with it. Why would I go so far as to talk nonsense with you here? It's because there's no certainty of winning that we have to fight. Otherwise, what's even the point of me coming to the land of exile?" The youth looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said with a nod, "You seem to be different from the rest. Forget it. I'll have a battle with you today, and let you know the disparity between 3 laws and 5 laws." Finished saying, a lotus platform already appeared in the youth's palm. There were 5 lotus seeds on the lotus platform. Clearly, each lotus seed represented a kind of power of rule. The moment this 5-star lotus appeared, Yi Yuan felt unprecedented pressure. But his all-encompassing sacred tree was already raring to go. Fear did not exist. This word was not in his, Yi Yuan's, dictionary. The youth smiled and said, My transformation form is called 5-star lotus. If you can last 30 moves under the 5-star lotus, you'll be second Holy Lord from now on. Jizha can only last 28 moves under my 5-star lotus. He's the same as you, also 3 laws transformation. When everyone heard it, each and everyone was extremely shocked. Even this mountain full of transformation powerhouses was also like that. They only knew that the 3 great holy lords were not what they could compare to. But they never knew that the gap between Chief Holy Lord and Second Holy Lord was actually so great. Hearing these, their gazes when looking towards Yi Yuan became sympathetic. This boy was so arrogant. He finally ran into his match now, right? But Yi Yuan was disdainful and said coolly, "Bring it on, so much nonsense. All in compa. As sing sacred tree go." Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, his entire person turning into a sharp sword, flying straight for Han Yi. 2 rays of sword light surrounded Yi Yuan's body, overflowing with a murderous aura. After leaving seclusion, it was Yi Yuan's first time on Li's HI plus-ing both swords together. That power was more than a level stronger than when fighting with everyone previously. Everyone's countenances changed one after another. Only now did the transformation powerhouses who besieged Yi Yuan previously know that they had already made a trip to gates of HEL, L and back. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely fast, arriving in front of Han Yi in virtually a blink of an eye. Han Yi's pupils constricted too, being startled by Yi Yuan's strength. However, what kind of figure was Han Yi? Although he was startled, he did not panic. Only to see him urge his spell, the 5 lotus seeds flew out instantly, splitting into 5 directions, completely enveloping him. And at this time, Yi Yuan arrived. Boom! A loud noise, the 2 people each took several steps back. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. My eyesight isn't failing, right? That boy actually fought to a draw with Chief Holy Lord? This is impossible. How can 3 laws versus 5 laws possibly fight to a draw? Just what the HEL did this boy comprehend? 5 laws transformation, this was virtually the ultimate form of transformation. It could be said to be invincible. However, Yi Yuan actually fought to a draw against Chief Holy Lord, Han Yi's 5 laws with 3 laws. Although they only exchanged 1 move, Yi Yuan's skill level was evident at a glance. It was not up to them to not be surprised. Yi Yuan beamed and said, "Brag too hard. I was wondering how formidable you were. 5 laws are also nothing more than this." The expression on Han Yi's face finally changed. Sword SP AC formation. He, terrific lad, I underestimated you. These 3 kinds of ultimate rules, you actually fused them into one, and even succeeded in transformation. 2 swords, 1 yin and 1 yang, perfect without any flaws. How formidable! You have the qualifications to have a battle with me. Although surprised, Han Yi did not turn angry from Embark. Sment but was faintly very excited instead. It was as if feeling happy to find an opponent. He saw through that Yi Yuan was 3 laws transformation with 1 glance. But as for the specifics, he could not tell without fighting. In the collision just now, he clearly felt sword, SP, AC and formation, these 3 great rules. He could not help being greatly surprised. He naturally knew how formidable these 3 rules were. What was even scarier was that the great Tao transformation that this boy comprehended was the perfect form. Perfect form was a form with no weakness to exploit. Just like a world, like nature itself, without defects. The budding 2 green leaves seemed normal, but in fact, they represented the 2 polarities of the universe. The power that these 2 extreme forces burst forth with was unimaginable. Although he comprehended the 5 elements rule, he did not reach this realm. Hence, even though he comprehended 5 laws, his power was greatly discounted. Feeling the other party's fighting intent, Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! That's more like it. Fight again, Chapter 26:10. A rare opponent to encounter in one's lifetime. Chapter 26:10. A rare opponent to encounter in one's lifetime. Boom, boom, boom. 2 streaks of sword light and 5 lotus seeds. They erupted with extremely violent rumbling sounds from time to time. Sword light intersected. The 5 elements rotated. Yi Yuan was locked in a struggle with Han Yi. By the side, everyone was dumbfounded with amazement. A transformation powerhouse said in surprise, F** King H. E.L. L. This boy's great Tao transformation has already reached the acme of perfection, still entering the land of exile to train my ASS. This guy came in purely to abuse people, right? No one thought that Yi Yuan's combat power would actually be so fearsome. Chief Holy Lord Han Yi rarely took action, but they knew about Second Holy Lord and Third Holy Lord. The power of 3 laws when compared to Yi Yuan was simply heaven and earth. Whatever 30 moves, it seemed to be a complete joke now. Yi Yuan did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest, facing 5 laws with 3 laws. Of course, Han Yi was not someone who was easy to deal with either. The 5 elements rule started running, akin to a painting scroll of heaven and earth, with a majestic and grand atmosphere, with no weakness to exploit. Even Yi Yuan could not find the method to crack it for some time too. When Lin Tong heard this, he immediately retorted, His Excellency didn't comprehend great Tao transformation in the outside world. He just comprehended great Tao transformation 3 years ago in resplendent Sun City. When the group of transformation powerhouses heard, their eyes immediately became wide saucers. What? 3 years ago? You punk, you aren't bragging, right? Just 3 years and he completely perfected his great Tao transformation? That transformation powerhouse almost jumped up. Something that people did in 3 years, they could not do it even in 30 years. Furthermore, the completion of 3 laws transformation was not as easy as theirs. Easily several hundred years was normal too. But Yi Yuan only used 3 years? Freaking H.E.L.L. Who to reason this out with? By the side, He Yunxiang's mouth curled and he said, Bragging? Ho, you probably don't know that 3 years ago, His Excellency was still just an upper lesser sublime heavenly stratum. In these 3 years' time, he probably still used a lot of time to increase his cultivation realm. What? Upper lesser sublime heaven? That transformation powerhouse's voice got louder and louder, almost overshadowing Yi Yuan 2 people's fighting sounds. It could be seen how strong his shock currently was. When He Yunxiang, he was actually also in mayhem in his heart. Prior to this, he did not understand the world of transformation powerhouses. He thought that upon entering transformation, one would be a top powerhouse. Only all the way until Yi Yuan rampaged in all directions did he know that transformation was merely just learning the rudiments. 1 law and 3 laws, the difference was too great. Of course, 3 laws and 5 laws, the difference was likewise immense. Furthermore, comprehending was one thing, perfecting was another thing altogether. This process was extremely long, but Yi Yuan only used 2 years, maybe even less than 2 years' time, and completed it. Amidst the shock of the numerous transformation powerhouses, Yi Yuan 2 people's battle also entered a white-hot stage. The 2 people fought until they were locked in a struggle, truly evenly matched. Yi Yuan's great Tao was perfected and had no weakness to exploit. But it was weak in that the time spent was short, hence it was not as strong as Han Yi. While Han Yi was strong, the 5 elements had not reached the realm of perfection. He was still a hair's breadth away from 5 elements consummation. Most likely, it was also precisely because of this hair's breadth distance that he had been reluctant to ascend all along. If the foundation was not solid, when he ascended to greater sublime heavenly stratum, this shortcoming of imperfection would become more and more of a hindrance. This was what he was not willing to see. But at this time, he was forced to the limit by Yi Yuan. Facing Yi Yuan's formidable Tao of universe, Han Yi unleashed all of his abilities. He could not slack off in the slightest. A moment of carelessness and he would be defeated. He had become the chief Holy Lord for so many years, and yet it was still his first time encountering such a formidable opponent. Invincible was always the loneliest. These few years, he yearned for an opponent too. But sadly there was none. The realm that he had reached was too high. In reality, the second Holy Lord and third Holy Lord below him had already changed one batch after another. But he stood steadfast. Because those people's potential had already been exhausted. There was already no need to cultivate anymore. But he was not. He knew that he could perfect his 5 elements transformation even further and greatly improve his strength. But sadly, he was lacking an opportunity. All the way until today, he discovered that this opportunity finally came. Yi Yuan was simply the gift that heaven gave him. Under Yi Yuan's frenzied battle, his 5 elements rule that had already not moved for hundreds of years finally showed signs of loosening. This discovery made him wildly ecstatic. Did he not want to ascend? Of course, he wanted to. Who would willingly be just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum all their lives? But he was reluctant to submit. Not perfecting the 5 elements, he would leave behind regrets in the lesser sublime heavenly stratum realm. This regret would be magnified more and more along with the increase in cultivation realm. Bang bang bang. In a flash, the two people had exchanged blows no idea how many times. That ever-changing application of rule, the bedazzling fighting techniques, all these made the onlookers see things in a blur. Boom. No idea how long had said either. After the two people had a violent clash, they each stopped. Yi Yuan and Han Yi were both panting heavily at this time, their auras chaotic, almost collapsing. Clearly, the two of them had unleashed their abilities to the limit. Then, it fell into a death-like silence on the holy mountain. Only the two people's panting sounds were reverberating. These two people looked at each other just like that. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, the two people started laughing loudly at the same time. Yi Yuan said, "Didn't you say 30 moves? Now, it's been more than 3,000 moves, right?" Han Yi laughed loudly and said, "All right, I admit that I postured too much. You are an opponent bestowed upon me by heaven." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Likewise. Your 5 elements aren't at the level of perfection and are precisely in need of tempering. No wonder you refuse to ascend. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing either." Han Yi disregarded his image and plopped his bottom onto the ground and said, "No choice. My power of rules reached a bottleneck, and I haven't been able to break through all along. I can only live a life of being a local despot here." Yi Yuan also sat down on the ground and said smilingly, "So, you made a holy mountain to posture, so it's in order to wait for an opponent?" Han Yi nodded and said, "That's right. But there are far too few people capable of 5 laws transformation. I've never been able to wait for an opponent that I want. Seeing that you were 3 laws transformation, I was disappointed in my heart." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In the end, I didn't disappoint you, right?" Han Yi laughed and said, "Disappoint? Haha, every pore on my body is being ignited right now." "Oh right, still don't know your name, brother." "Yi Yuan." "Okay, Yi Yuan, 10 days later, fight again here." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Just so." Finished saying, Han Yi got to his feet and went straight up the mountain. After Yi Yuan got up, he removed the poison formation and walked down the mountain. Everyone had baffled looks. These two people fought and became friends? Could this be the legendary, friends are made after a fight? No, wait. It should be a hero valuing another hero. They really met their match. These two people are both of peerless apparentitudes. Their strength is evenly matched. Such an opponent is hard to come across in 10,000 years. Many people gave birth to vicissitudes of emotion in their hearts. It was hard to meet a confidant in life, but it was even harder to meet an opponent in life. The logic of an expert being lonely, this was not what most people had the qualifications to experience. These two people finally found their match.